Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna get some music going here. It has been a long time since I've had a stream quite like this. So first of all, welcome to the studio if you haven't seen it before. If this is your first time seeing a live stream, there's always chaos abounding everywhere, and the stream is going to be no different. In just a second, I'm going to be starting on this wonderful book right here. But I want to tell you about what's going on screen right now because there's a lot happening. And I mean a lot. So, first of all, I've tried my best to get chat on both screens at the same time. I have Twitch chat in the chat you see above, where Arunian just subscribed on Twitch for 56 months. Thank you so much for that. dwangoAC, good to see you. I am going to attempt to press show, and we'll see what horrible things happen when I attempt to display the YouTube chat. I don't know what it's going to look like. Here goes. Okay, well, it doesn't look great. It could look worse. It's at least there. It looks not great. Let me see if I can improve that. Maybe if I set this to, I don't know, 640 by 480. This is fine. This is fine. So, Twitch chat, you are in the upper screen. YouTube chat, you are in the lower screen. Apparently, Twitch does not like it when you do both in the same screen, so we'll figure it out. This is what I'm doing for now. The YouTube screen is currently hiding Paint by Numbers, which is active at the moment. One of my cameras is currently dead. I'll fix that in a second, possibly by throwing things at it. It worked last time. So, welcome to the stream. This is going to be a fun one. I'm going to really enjoy being able to show you this book. Okay, let's try this to see if it makes it embiggened. Let's just refresh this page. Did that embiggen it at all? Not really. All right, can I crop it a little bit? Will that work? What if I made it a height of 600? Let's see what happens. I don't know, 680? Whoa, hey, that might not be what I wanted. All right, let's see what I can do here. We're going to just fix this live because there was no way for me to see it until I went live. Thank you so much, Twitch. I'm sorry, YouTube. It's YouTube that I was having trouble with. So there was no way for me to get this chat up here to crop it until I went live. You know, just minor things like that. I'm just going to go down here. Actually, I'm going to resize this to the right width first. Let's just do this. And then go up here. And then we're just going to chop the top of that off, the bottom of that off. And we're going to just hop that off. You know, it's still a little on the slightly too small to read size. So let's see if we can improve that. I'm going to go to Properties. We're going to take it from 640 by 480. We're going to halve it. So half of 640 is going to be 320. I've currently got 680, which is actually too much. So we're going to take that down 300. Well, no, I'll just make it square. 320 by 320. Let's just see what happens. Okay. Let's resize that transform, reset, and it's just going to put it all over my screen. Okay. So now I have to get rid of this. Hey, it's a Reisama. Thank you so much for chatting on there. Okay. I guess I have to make it even taller. All right. We got this. Almost there, guys. Almost there. So instead of 320, I do need to do something like, I don't know, 380. Let's try that. And then I can just go up here and crop the top off. Let's give that a shot. Okay. Whew. This is interesting. All right, we're almost there. Get this just a little embiggened. All right, that'll have to do. Not entirely sure what's going on the side there, but yeah, it's about the same size. Well, hello, everyone. So glad to have you. Hey, Clifford Williams, glad to have you. Nodello Angelis, good morning from the Philippines. Ooh, got some hot music coming in today. So, I am doing well today. I'm glad to have everyone on here. Twitch chat does demand more space, right? So, handling 2 chats is going to be a challenge. Well, frankly, it's just going to be a challenge, but that's okay. I'm going to make it work. I really appreciate you guys having a little bit of patience while I did the first little bit of setup. I worked with the Moss3212 to set up an RTMP restream. Very thankful for his help there. I worked with a couple of other folks to try to get the YouTube side set up. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my fantastic YouTube mods who consistently have kept on top of comments for me. Really appreciate it. So, we're in for some fun today. As you can see, I have my wonderful little mascot here. I've got TASBot in the screen. Let's see, right there. Right there. Yeah, right there. Yeah, I'll get the angle right eventually. So I have TASBot in the screen that's that away. Below me is the actual TASBot. He's over here looking cute. I've got Twitch chat overlaid over the top of that. I kind of sort of have a real rough YouTube screen. I see Kiri Bloodrose in Twitch. Glad to see you. I have this wonderful book, and I want to read to it from you. I want to read it for you. Not all of it, just a portion. We're going to read one page, but that one page is probably going to take us quite some time. If you're new to my streams, this is not a typical stream. Typically, I would have, I don't know, something like this going on. Yeah, that's what I would normally have. Yep, something like that. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Alrighty, that's what I would typically have. So you would usually be looking at something like Super Mario Bros. 3 or some such nonsense, something. But we're not doing that today. We're gonna read something. By the way, the music you guys are hearing is coming through Super Mario World. So if this is your first time to my stream, the music that you're hearing right now is actually being played through Super Mario World. You rewatched the Brain Age task from GDQ 2015 yesterday. That's awesome, Infinity. I'm really glad that you got a chance to do that. Kenmary Deo, I'm so sorry to hear that Twitch failed to notify you. I am glad that you enjoyed some Doom there, Kiri. Yeah, Dwandelier, it's probably on your end. I'm not hearing anyone else complaining about delays there. Okay, so what the heck? Let's just show it, because I can. You know, might as well. Let's go to studio mode. We're going to just take HDMI 1 and take the music SNES view and put that up there instead. Here we go. So we're going to play some Super Mario World right quick, just for a second. So all I'm going to do, I'll turn this down so it doesn't hurt your ears. All I'm going to do here is turn off this console and turn it back on. And you'll see it is, in fact, Super Mario World. Now, it's kind of going a little crazy, and the video capture isn't the best, but we are actually watching Super Mario World. So I'm going to turn it off again. And we're going to run a del save. The reason we need to do this is because I need to delete the previous save that was on there. Now, I could physically connect a controller, but I've got TASBot here. I don't need to. I can just, press buttons. So press the buttons to do that. Now we're going to power that back on one more time. Okay, and this is where the magic happens. So yes, I recognize that the video capture here is not necessarily perfect, and that's okay. It's never going to be amazing. I'll turn this up just a little bit. It can get a little loud if I'm not careful. Righty. All right. So, looks like I have about 23 folks watching on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. There's a good 25 of you on Twitch. Not too shabby. I'll take it. I will do my very best to keep track of both chats. It's going to be kind of tricky. Hey, Kenny Holmes. By the way, if you've not seen this tool-assisted speedrun before, it is a lot of fun. Yoshi, about 4 Yoshis are being ridden right now. Kenny Holmes, I've done the very best I can to sanitize. Hey, Joe Webb. I know you. All right, the fun stuff is happening right now. Okay, you are now watching a screen that says, "Welcome to Total's SNES stereo player. This player plays 16-bit, 32 kilohertz stereo PCM audio streaming through the controller ports." And in fact, yes it does. Here it goes. You can listen to the songs that you're hearing right now at radiotasbot.com, but I'm just going to mute out so you can listen to this audio quality. I'm going to switch songs so you can get a better idea of something different with a different feel. But as you can see, we are watching an actual copy of Super Mario World on a real unmodified Super Nintendo. And we have abused it into playing audio. So Kenny, feel free to ask any questions you have. I'll try to explain whatever it is. Soft Test Cat, you're welcome to ask whatever you like as well. But yeah, this is how I do chat. I would love another Hacksaw situation, to be honest. That was 6 years ago now, I think, Meldor, that chat got hacked. All right. So let's pivot a little bit. I am going to take that off of the screen. We're going to go to just me for a second, which is kind of weird. I don't usually have me on the screen. But I have to show you something. I have the Impact of Iwata, signed by the author. This is by Lucas Thomas, and there happens to be an entire chapter on Brain Age, an entire chapter. I wrote a page of it, just one page, but chapter 13 is dedicated to, let's see if I can find the right section here. This is actually harder than I thought it would be. There is a whole section dedicated to Brain Age and the impact that it had. And I want to talk to you about that. Let's see. Chapter 13, Brainstorming Brain Age. If you go to the very end of this chapter, there is a whole page that I wrote. And the author of the book has asked me to record the audiobook portion for this book, which I'm not so sure I'm going to do a great job at, because I wrote it, he modified it a little. It's not quite the same tone that I had. He had added some punctuation changes and a couple of other things. But here is what I'm about to read to you. It's not going to be the easiest thing I've ever done. I'm not naturally used to reading my own words back in a normal cadence. And that's okay. Right? That image on the bottom of the page, I'm going to get all zoomed in on this. It's really good printing, by the way. Like a lot of folks this TAS was highly impactful. A lot of people were exposed to tool-assisted speedruns in general because of Brain Age in particular. It remains one of the most watched videos on the entire Games Done Quick YouTube channel to this day. It's just been such an amazing tool-assisted speedrun, and it couldn't have been possible without the efforts of Micro500. He sacrificed so much time to make it all happen. Right? It was so incredible in person. Seeing that live, seeing all the memes. Now, I feel like we were rushing until the last minute to get video capture working and all kinds of other challenges. Huge props to the tech crew for putting up with us trying to capture live video off of a DS screen. Would not recommend. That was not necessarily the easiest thing we've ever done. So, my audio is being recorded separately. For those who are new to my stream, I have a very complex audio routing setup. I actually have a full soundboard going on here. And I need to get a couple of quick lighting things managed. I need to move something over here really quick and get a little bit more lighting. But I'm just going to drop my camera here for just a second. It's going to go badly. Oh, no. All right. So I have a full 32-channel soundboard setup. And I'm sending all of those into OBS via Jack and Linux. And it's amazing that I can do all that. Oh, I gotta bump my HDMI cable. I do have one of the most complicated setups ever. Django, thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to go quickly arrange some lights a little bit differently, make sure my camera's set up, and then I'm going to start recording this. This is an audiobook, basically. So give me 1 second. All right, let's get some light on here. All right. That took a little longer than I expected. Hey, Jay Schmear. Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, I've got a little bit more light, which is what I wanted. It's maybe not quite the right color temperature, but I can deal with that. That's about right. That's what I wanted. This is a little hilarious. It's actually a Mickey Mouse light that I got from the dollar store. Or, well, actually, it was a Ross, I think. But, hey, it works. It works. It adds just what I needed. I just needed a little bit more light in this area so that I could see the book. I know that sounds kind of weird, but when I was putting the book out, I couldn't actually see... I couldn't see the text on the page. By the way, this is a beautiful book. Lucas M. Thomas wrote the book. He goes through the entire history of everything Iwata has done. It's really amazing. Even the table of contents is one of the most unique table of contents I've ever seen. I'm not being paid to say this. It just felt like it was a really well done book with a lot of wonderful guest authors, and I feel like it went really well. All right. So, despite the fact that you're hearing music, I have a track that is being recorded without music at all. So, have no fear. The music that you're hearing will not appear in the audiobook recording. One of the things that I am going to have to be very careful of is plosives. Plosives. I don't want anything explosive happening in the microphone. So I'm going to be very careful about plosives. And the other thing I need to make sure of is that I don't change the distance from the microphone too much. It can't be too far away or you'll hear very, very significantly different audio. So I'm just going to get set up as best I can. That doesn't mean I'm going to do this right the first time, but I'm going to give it a shot. There we go. Yeah. This is harder than it looks. Lost my page too, but that's okay. There we go. One of the challenges with this is I'm not sure if I was expected to do this in one take. I've never looked into what it takes to record an audiobook. Most people probably aren't doing it on a live stream, for one thing. Most people are probably not trying to do it all in one take without reviewing it first. I wrote this months ago, so who knows how this is going to go, but here goes. Also, some nice music in the background. All right with that. If you would like to influence what you are hearing right now, head on over to radiotasbot.com. You can request the contents. Kenny, I do use one. However, and I might actually grab it just to get a second audio source. However, I always feel like it picks up more plosives. I may pull it out today just because of the nature of what I'm doing. I'd kind of like to have that backup just in case anyway, so let's go ahead and do that. Give me a second to get it plugged in. Make sure it's on the channel. Check 1, 2. Righty. Well, there you go. So this is my mobile mic. I've never been super happy with it. I've never felt like it's quite loud enough. But like it always seems too quiet. Check, check. It always seems too quiet to me. Just always seems like it's a little bit less resonant. The other challenge I have is headphones are really hard to work with. Plosives are a problem. Constantly have issues with plosives. But it is not bad. And the one good thing is that I can look anywhere. And I do have it on a belt pack. So when I am fully mobile, I can just wander around, which is great when I'm playing DDR, which I don't do frequently enough. Certainly not enough for the Axeman. The biggest issue I run into is that it doesn't play well with my glasses. It shoves my glasses all over the place. This ends up coming all the way out and kind of hurts a little bit. Oh, it's a Balthazar. We do need to have another dance party, the Axeman. That would be fun. Yeah, those are the Axeman's Cobalt Flux pads, Kenny. Those are a lot of fun. Racem is not wrong. It is often a 5-minute prep. So I have two microphones. I have the one that's here, and then I have this one here. And I feel like this mic here that you're listening to, it's going to pick up the plosives more. Plosives. Plosives. But the downside of this mic is it's just not nearly, like the quality isn't the same. When I listen to the SM35 versus the SM or the S7, I always feel like the S7 is a better mic. Yeah, it feels, I don't know, there's just something weird about it. Let me see. Let me turn off the compression a bit. That's okay. So this is with no EQ. I don't know. It's okay. It's not bad. It's just not perfect. Okay. So I've stalled long enough. I really don't want to stall on this anymore for you guys. I've stalled plenty. So let's see what we can do here. Just making sure I got everything in place. Welcome to the stream, everyone. So glad you're here. If you're just now joining, we are going to read out of The Impact of Iwata by Lucas Thomas. And my goal is to get a clean recording of this. This is a page I wrote last year. Yeah, that's kind of my thought as well. It's kind of old-timey radio. So trying to get the right lighting on this is going to be kind of tricky, but especially since I kind of don't want to be too hidden. But we're going to give this a shot. Here goes. I don't like this music. Let me skip that. A little too jazzy. I'm looking for something for a little more energy, so I'm all hyped up. Go over here and hit skip. No offense to Mega Man. Sorry. Ooh, Echo the Dolphin is not exactly hype music, but that's hype in a very different way, I suppose. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting, Balthazar. And I've tweaked I've done what I can with the soundboard. I'm running an X32 soundboard. I can do quite a bit, but I'm just not as good as a professional sound tech. So I'm recording on both. I'm actually you're only hearing me through just this mic now. I can switch back and forth whenever I like, and they're not significantly different. You might not even be able to tell, but that's okay. So, audiobook voice. My challenge is I have to figure out how to slow down. In case it's not obvious, I read too fast all the time. Okay, a quick sync clap, not that it'll matter. I don't think that this video is going to be going up. And my goal here is to maintain the same distance from the microphone at all times. Here we go. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35 million copies by 2023. With that popularity came playstyles that Mr. Iwata almost certainly never envisioned, including speedruns with players blasting through the Brain Age check in only a couple of minutes. Tool-assisted speedruns made by the TASVideos community took things in a more artistic direction, with Ryuto creating an entertaining task that exploited glitches in the handwriting recognition to answer math questions with pictures instead of numbers. A TAS is already transformative art, but TASVideos user Micro500 took things to an entirely new level by creating a custom device for TASBot, our robot mascot, to hold that could interact with a real DS. Awesome Games Done Quick 2016, a speedrunning marathon event raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, accepted the TASBot Brain Age submission, and the result was one of the most memorable runs ever shown. With the help of one of... Close. With the help of the broader TASVideos community, Micro500 led the effort to create and animate drawings of more than 120 images, portraits, and memes catered to the Twitch audience watching the event. The presentation itself went beyond anything viewers, or for that matter, Iwata, could have ever imagined. Pictures of Nintendo characters, pop culture icons, and references to GDQ personalities flew by while Twitch chat reacted to the unbelievable things they were seeing, with the highlight being when Twitch chat saw their own chat messages appear on screen as on-the-fly correct answers to math problems. This is harder than I thought. Harder than I thought. I have a new respect for those voice actors that are doing narrations for full-length audiobooks. I mean, I'm sure it gets easier, but... Chat messages appear on screen as on-the-fly correct answers to math questions. The Brain Age task presented under the TASBot banner at AGDQ 2016 remains one of the most beloved GDQ runs of all time, with over 5.5 million views on YouTube. I personally can't thank Micro500 enough, and all of us involved couldn't have done what we did without Mr. Iwata's incredible efforts. Okay, I need to slow down to about half that speed. Woo! Yeah, Erasmus got an excellent point. I'm not supposed to read as fast as I type. All right, that was terrible. Let's make it less terrible. E102 Gamma, thank you so much for that question. Iwata. Romanji, huh? Iwata. I will pronounce it correctly. Oh, Kenny, you're so right. Slowing down will prevent so many errors in my life, but when has that ever stopped me? You know, what's funny is a lot of people seem to think that the process of making a tool-assisted speedrun has to be fast, when the exact opposite is true. To create a good tool-assisted task speedrun takes a lot of time. There's one other thing I want to do for the sake of a video editor. The lights in the background behind me are constantly changing, which is not ideal. I'm going to change that in this way. I'm going to change it so that it's just doing this one scene. I'm going to adjust my camera angle ever so slightly. Just come over here and tweak that a little bit. Square up a little bit. We're going to try that again at about half the speed. Also, this music is still not the right feel. Lots of Final Fantasy today, by the way. Ray, that's not a bad idea. Okay, let's see if we can get something with a little bit more pep to it. I'm not sure what the bright backing music is to this. Okay, here goes. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35 million copies by 2023. That is technically an accurate statement, but it's not what I wrote on the page. What I wrote on the page was 35, 500,000. 35.5 million. That's not easy to say. But we're going to do it. I'll never forget that Stephen Fry, when reading the Harry Potter books, stumbled on the phrase, Harry pocketed it, as in put it in his pocket. And he asked J.K. Rowling, can I please change this sentence for the audiobook? And she said no. And from that moment on, she put that phrase into every single book she wrote. It's apocryphal, but I believe the tale to be true. All right. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35.5 million copies by 2023. With that popularity came playstyles that Mr. Iwata almost certainly never envisioned, including speedrunners. This is hard. I keep talking too fast. I don't think any metronome is going to slow me down. I don't think any metronome is going to help. Okay. Also, the light is the camera is loving the light bouncing off the book. It's just see. I don't matter. Yeah, maybe Ray. Okay. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35.5 million copies by 2023. With that popularity came playstyles that Mr. Iwata almost certainly never envisioned, including speedruns with players blasting through the Brain Age check in only a couple of minutes. Tool-assisted speedruns made by the TASVideos community took things in a more artistic direction, with Ryuto creating an entertaining task that exploited glitches in the handwriting recognition to answer math questions with pictures instead of numbers. A TAS is already transformative art, but TASVideos user Micro500 took things to an entirely new level by creating a custom device for TASBot, our robot mascot, to hold that could interact with a real DS. Awesome Games Done Quick 2016, a speedrunning marathon event raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, accepted the TASBot Brain Age submission, and the result was one of the most memorable runs ever shown. With the help of the broader TASVideos community, Micro500 led the effort to create and animate drawings of more than 120 images, portraits and memes catered to the Twitch audience watching the event. The presentation itself went beyond anything viewers, or for that matter, Iwata, could have ever imagined. Pictures of Nintendo characters, pop culture icons, and references to GDQ personalities flew by, while Twitch chat reacted to the unbelievable things they were seeing, with a highlight being when Twitch chat saw their own chat messages appear on screen as on-the-fly correct answers to math questions. The Brain Age task presented under the TASBot banner at AGDQ 2016 remains one of the most beloved GDQ runs of all time, with over 5.5 million views on YouTube. I personally can't thank Micro500 enough, and all of us involved couldn't have done what we did without Mr. Iwata's incredible efforts. That last sentence is a trip up. That showcase really was legendary, though. Yeah, the Axeman was heavily involved in making that happen. By the way, if you would like to help document the Brain Age tool-assisted speedrun, head on over to tas.bot/wiki/sgdq_2016. SGDQ_2016. Wait, no, awesome. It was AGDQ 2016. AGDQ 2016. I stand corrected. It was a much better read, but I'm still not satisfied. Still not satisfied. We're gonna do it again. I promise we're gonna do more than just listen to me. Normally my streams are not me and a camera. Normally my streams are, chaos. But we'll get back to the chaos in a second. I'm gonna do another read. I feel like I've never recorded an actual audiobook or seen how audiobook voice actors, narrators do their work. The closest I've come is I watched the Double Fine Broken Age with Elijah Wood and Jack Black, watching them do their voice lines, and that was pretty entertaining. They had problems with shirt noise. I don't think I'm going to have that issue, but sure, that'd be helpful, Ray. So that'd be yeah, you've got the right link. I trust you. Okay, we're going to do one more pass of that, and I keep getting better every time I go through this. I might only do this one more time. We'll see. My guess is that a video editor or audio editor could come through, and yes, that is correct, AGDQ 2016. A video editor could come through and piece together a couple of takes, but I'm going to significantly pull back the speed. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35 million copies by 2023. Nope, still said it wrong. Okay, this is how I'm going to reset. I will do you justice, book, don't worry. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35.5 million copies by 2023. With that popularity came playstyles that Mr. Iwata almost certainly never envisioned, including speedruns with players blasting through the Brain Age check in only a couple of minutes. Tool-assisted speedruns made by the TASVideos community took things in a more artistic direction, with Ryuto creating an entertaining task that exploited glitches in the handwriting recognition to answer math questions with pictures instead of numbers. A TAS is already transformative art, but TASVideos user Micro500 took things to an entirely new level by creating a custom device for TASBot, our robot mascot, to hold that could interact with a real DS. Awesome Games Done Quick 2016, a speedrunning marathon event raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, accepted the TASBot Brain Age submission, and the result was one of the most memorable runs ever shown. With the help of the broader TASVideos community, Micro500 led the effort to create and animate drawings of more than 120 images, portraits and memes created and catered to the Twitch audience watching the event. It's getting a little hot. More than 120 images, portraits and memes catered to the Twitch audience watching. Nope, I still messed it up. Memes catered to the Twitch audience watching the event. I'm definitely going to have to do this again. The presentation itself went beyond anything viewers, or for that matter, Iwata, could have ever imagined. Pictures of Nintendo characters, pop culture icons, and references to GDQ personalities flew by while Twitch chat reacted to the unbelievable things they were seeing, with a highlight being when Twitch chat saw their own chat messages appear on screen as on-the-fly correct answers to math questions. The Brain Age task presented under the TASBot banner at AGDQ 2016 remains one of the most beloved GDQ runs of all time, with over 5.5 million views on YouTube. I personally can't thank Micro500 enough, and all of us involved couldn't have done what we did without Mr. Iwata's incredible efforts. It's okay, Book, it's not your fault. It's okay. So you said you've done what once? And recommended recorder settings, huh? I mean, obviously I'm just recording a video, because why not? Okay, let's try to do that in one take, as clean as we possibly can. Here goes. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35.5 million copies by 2023. With that popularity came playstyles that Mr. Iwata almost certainly never envisioned, including speedruns with players blasting through the Brain Age check in only a couple of minutes. Tool-assisted speedruns made by the TASVideos community took things in a more artistic direction, with Ryuto creating an entertaining task that exploited glitches in the handwriting recognition to answer math questions with pictures instead of numbers. A TAS is already transformative art, but the TASVideos user... Dang it, I'm not going to get this in one shot, am I? It's okay. It's okay. We're just going to keep going from the top of that paragraph. A TASVideos... Nope, I already messed it up. Alrighty then. My video editor is going to love me. I heard the music glitch. A TAS is already transformative art, but TASVideos user Micro500 took things to an entirely new level by creating a custom device for TASBot, our robot mascot, to hold that could interact with a real DS. Awesome Games Done Quick 2016, a speedrunning marathon event raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, accepted the TASBot Brain Age submission, and the result was one of the most memorable runs ever shown. With the help of the broader TASVideos community, Micro500 led the effort to create and animate drawings of more than 120 images, portraits and memes catered to the Twitch audience watching the event. The presentation itself went beyond anything viewers, or for that matter, Iwata, could have ever imagined. Pictures of Nintendo characters, pop culture icons, and references to GDQ personalities flew by while Twitch chat reacted to the unbelievable things they were seeing, with a highlight being when Twitch chat saw their own chat messages appear on screen as on-the-fly correct answers to math questions. The Brain Age TAS presented under the TASBot banner at AGDQ 2016 remains one of the most beloved GDQ runs of all time, with over 5.5 million views on YouTube. I personally can't thank Micro 500 enough, and all of us involved couldn't have done what we did without Mr. Iwata's incredible efforts. Speed's getting both better and worse at the same time, Sander. Oh, man. Woo! Oh, yeah. I wonder if I can get, if I slow down just a little bit more, if I really slow down and really concentrate, I wonder if I can get one read from top to bottom that's, you know, perfect. The Brain Age series has impacted many people over the years, selling more than 35.5 million copies by 2023. With that popularity came playstyles that Mr. Iwata almost certainly never envisioned, including speedruns with players blasting through the Brain Age check in only a couple of minutes. Tool-assisted speedruns made by the TASVideos community took things in a more artistic direction, with Ryuto creating an entertaining task that exploited glitches in the handwriting recognition to answer math questions with pictures instead of numbers. A task is already transformative art, but TASVideos user Micro 500 took things to an entirely new level by creating a custom device for TASBot, our robot mascot, to hold that could interact with a real DS. Awesome Games Done Quick 2016, a speedrunning marathon event raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, accepted the TASBot Brain Age submission, and the result was one of the most memorable runs ever shown. With the help of the broader TASVideos community, Micro 500 led the effort to create and animate drawings of more than 120 images, portraits and memes catered to the Twitch audience watching the event. The presentation itself went beyond anything viewers, or for that matter, Iwata could have ever imagined. Pictures of Nintendo characters, pop culture icons, and references to GDQ personalities flew by while Twitch chat reacted to the unbelievable things they were seeing, with a highlight being when Twitch chat saw their own chat messages appear on screen as on-the-fly correct answers to math questions. The Brain Age task presented under the TASBot banner at AGDQ 2016 remains one of the most beloved GDQ runs of all time, with over 5.5 million views on YouTube. I personally can't thank Micro 500 enough, and all of us involved couldn't have done what we did without Mr. Iwata's incredible efforts. I think I'm much happier with that. Okay. I think I'm done. I think I'm happy and I'm content with that. It's time to move on. I'm probably going to take this off because it does hurt having both on and I don't have my in-ear monitor set up. So I am going to turn this off for now. But I got a good recording, I think. Thank you so much for your patience as I went through that. How do you guys feel about doing some monkeying around with Minesweeper? Why not? Might as well. Yes, Minesweeper. Has anyone ever thought about what it would be like to make a tool-assisted speedrun of Minesweeper? This is a little harder. I have two different places I have to update the, I have to edit the stream title on. I don't even know how YouTube handles this. Also, does game... is Minesweeper a listed game? Minesweeper 1989. Microsoft Minesweeper 1990. Okay, let's call Microsoft Minesweeper because that's the one I'm doing. Okay. All right, there's YouTube. I don't know if YouTube changed the title, but we're about to find out. Microsoft Minesweeper. Okay. Okay. All right, I've changed it on both. XDO tool. Balthazar, we are going to get deterministic behavior. I can assure you, we'll get that done. Let me pop this chat back in. Put that over here. All right, let's get this up here. All right, we're going to switch back to here. And I'm just going to quickly switch the view. Okay. All right, so let's get here. libTAS, get that over here, and then I'm going to get the screen switched. So let's go to HDMI 1, which is the input you're seeing here. We're going to switch that over to P4. No, P3. Yeah, P3. All righty. Welcome to the chaos, folks. I'm just going to put this down here. Turn this music down just a touch. So we have libTAS. Hey, Trunifor, glad to see you here. Balthazar, you're going to enjoy this. No. Jalib, it is not NES at all, even remotely. Even remotely. Welcome to libTAS. Let's set that up over there. And let's see. Okay. Let me just make sure I've got all the settings right. So we have PCEM. Our configuration is Windows XP.cfg. Let me just make sure that the config is right. Okay. So with any luck, this will work. Okay. I need someone to give me an epoch command, an epoch number. I need an epoch number from, say, 1999. Can someone hunt me down a Unix epoch number from 1999? I don't know if it would be a Dwango stream without chaos. Kenny, don't tempt us. We will definitely do that. Balthazar, it is a fascinating emulator. It's even more fascinating when you put PCEM inside of libTAS, which we can do now. Is that April 1st? Let's find out. No, that's 1970. No. You got to give me something better than that. I need one from the 90s. It can be April Fools. I don't care. Okay. 91. Okay. 9591487799. That is 1998. Okay. Camaria had one as well, but Agent Luckvucken got it first. Thank you so much for that from the YouTube side. By the way, I need to go whack a camera. There we go. There we go. I said what I said. So the camera has a loose connection, and percussive maintenance tends to fix it. Right? Time didn't exist before the Unix epoch. Well, we're about to see what happens with this game. Okay, so I'm going to do a movie recording of. Author is dwangoAC. All right, we are going to pause. We're in recording mode, and let's see what horrible things happen. Exiting with failure with status. Oh, tar. Oh, that was probably because I was typing. Okay, it's fine. All right, so let's hit start and see what befalls us. Attempt 1 connected. All right. Oh no, the system time reset. All right, I'll have to stop. Dwandelier, good catch. My screen just went blank. Woots! We crashed it. Huh. Huh. Okay. Well, that was, that was entertaining. So DisplayPort appears to have completely died, and the laptop is no longer responding. Oh, yes, that's why. This is punishment for percussive maintenance. Okay. As you can see, nothing is happening. It also didn't enumerate a keyboard I plugged in, so I can't REISUB it because I didn't think to plug the keyboard in first. As I feared, it did not respond to REISUB. Dang, that is a hard lock. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna hard power it off now. Okay, question. Why would PCEM do that? It didn't just sort of crash. It really, really crashed. This time I have a keyboard hooked up. By the way, I had a dmessage running. On the top of the screen. You weren't able to see it, but I had a dmessage running across the top of the screen. Nothing happened. The computer died in a way that didn't even report anything to dmessage. I was in follow mode at the time. So dmessage dash space minus W minus WH uppercase H. Couldn't do Control Alt Delete. There was nothing to do it against. Yeah, nothing like my first stream on YouTube, and I completely crash a laptop. Oh, nice, Dwandelier. Balthazar, I believe that is what happened. The screen froze in a way that just was bad. By the way, this is a known issue with this laptop, unfortunately. Not much I can do about that. All right, you're going to see the setup from scratch. Nothing wrong with that. So I'm just going to hide Synergy here real quick. Pull up a terminal. We're going to launch libTAS. Put that over here. I now know that there is no point whatsoever in trying to show a D-message on screen. I had that crash happen once before. You know, it happens. Let's do this part first. We're going to do PCEM, Windows XP. It did manage to record to disk the fact that I had Minesweeper running. So there's that. The author got nuked. Let's set the system time to, I believe it was TASBot's birthday, UTC 0. That's fine. So, Dwango's number was 9, let's see, 9. Well, you know, I can copy and paste this. Copy. The magic of Synergy. I was able to just copy that. Okay. All right, this time I'm going to hit start, and my guess is that nothing bad is going to happen. I think that it's going to launch just fine, and nothing horrible will happen. Now, when it launches, it will launch in the upper left corner where you can't see it. Okay. So we are on frame 1. Now, I've mapped a couple of keys here. Let's go to configure mapping. So my frame advance is bracket right. My play pause is the grave key. Fast forward is tab. Okay. Alrighty, I can work with that. Commonly in MN. Oofta, huh? Love that there's a Midwest fan, huh? You're in CNY? Okay, well, that works. Also, Neo, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. It's fine. It's still $19.99. That's all right. Okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to advance a frame. Also, I'm going to go to Movie and Input Editor. This will advance out as I grow it, but that's fine. I don't anticipate very many interesting messages on the terminal, but just in case, I'll move it out of the way and move it down here. And yes, I'm showing a 16:9 desktop and a 4:3, but that's for the best. Okay, so I'm going to press frame advance, and the very first frame resized the display. So basically, it got a different value. So I'm in frame 10, 11, 12. Let's just advance a few frames. This is at 100 frames per second. You can see on the screen here, my frames per second is 100 over 1 by 1. We're gaming now, boys. All right. So we're a second in, and the system has not yet posted. Okay. We've now managed to make it to the Voodoo 3 BIOS. So I am going to make a save state in slot 1. Saving slot state 1, saved. The one thing I should not do is attempt to restore this save state after the resolution changes, which will happen frequently in this first section, but that's okay. You'll see that in the input viewer here at the bottom, it's added a 1. Let's see. Oh. Press del to enter setup. Okay, let's try it. Oops. I was hitting the wrong button. And let's see. Okay, yes, we made it. Okay, I'm going to let this free run because I don't actually care. Okay, so we're inside of the BIOS. Where is time? Time is probably going to be in standard CMOS setup. Okay, there is the date. It's listed as December 22nd, 1999. TASBot's canonical birthday is December 22nd. So That's awesome. Time is listed as 14:129. Okay, so I don't believe that we've had a resolution change. Well, maybe we have. I don't know. We're about to find out. I'm going to load the save state. So F1. And let's see what breaks. Probably everything. Nothing. Nothing broke. Amazingly. Sweet. So, PCEM inside of libTAS is behaving as expected. Team Worm, we're going to do whatever is on Windows. We are now booting Windows XP. Yes, sirree. This is Windows XP Service Pack 3, which included Minesweeper. And this isn't so much a VM as it is a full emulator. We're emulating the BIOS, the video card, everything. We're emulating the entire PC. Full speed in this case is not full speed. You can see I'm running at full speed right now, 100 frames a second, but it will drop. It will drop. This laptop is never going to run the simulation at full speed. Okay. So we're still waiting for Windows XP to boot. Emulator in VM, that's a very interesting question. In this case, we are emulating an original BIOS. We're emulating an original video card. We're emulating everything. The actual hardware of that era is being emulated. So we're taking the ROM from each device and pretending to be that hardware. Whereas a virtual machine is going to make a virtualized video card, virtualized so on, such and so forth. It's a slightly subtle difference, and you might even say it's mere semantics. But yeah, effectively, with PCEM, we are emulating each and every piece of the system down to its original components, whereas a virtual machine would just attempt to provide an abstraction layer between an operating system running inside of a box, like a fake box, and the original host operating system on bare metal. So we are still waiting for Windows to boot. You can see our frame rate is currently 82, so we're running about 20% slower than it would be running normally, and that's okay. At any time, I can press the grave button to pause it. Django, this has no internet connection whatsoever. I mean, I don't even have an emulated modem, let alone any kind of network adapter. Raysima, do y'all miss me over here? So we're now we're 124 seconds in. You can see 1999. Now, one of the things I want to pull up here. Let's see. Come on. There we go. All right, let's go here. I'll hide that back there. Don't care about it. So one of the interesting things about PCEM with Windows is, let's see, let's go down to configurations, down to Windows, is this. We're encountering something strange. You can see here that we've just been sitting here on the screen. We're now at 124 seconds. There's something unusual about how the game starts. So Windows XP is known to take substantially longer to boot using system times in this range, for whatever reason, and we're encountering that right now. Because we picked a date in 1999, which I told you to, our boot time is taking considerably longer. Let's see, what would 1999? Anyway, yeah, but you can see here that we're quite a number of seconds in, and it still has not made it. So I'm going to let it keep going. So I want to see what happens, but this is fascinating behavior. Raysima, I'm not so much using Windows as I am abusing it. Hey, HRI, good to see you. I thought I saw you here earlier, but maybe I was wrong. I mean, the virtual machine is running. You can see my virtual cursor is moving around virtually. Whee! This is taking a long time, though. Okay, maybe I will pay attention to this page and... oh, my page is a little too far over. Let me move that over just a touch. There we go. That's better. We're still going. What happens if I fast forward this? So now we're at 150. But we still haven't made it to the desktop. We're at 176 seconds elapsed, and it still hasn't made it to the desktop. All right. I'm going to give up on that. What year? When did Windows XP come out? Racema, who's controlling the eyes? It's being controlled randomly. TASBot is controlling his own eyes. Okay. No, 2003. It had to have been early. Yeah, it was 2001. Give me an epoch date in 2001. I'm going to stop this VM. Let's not save that movie file. Let's try this again. How about that? I mean, I can use this value. October 25th, 2001. Okay, so I'm still not high enough. If you guys happen to have a number after that, that's still not high enough. All right, I need an epoch from after Windows XP was released, or preferably the day that it was released, say October 25th, which is probably going to be another digit. I'm sort of like guessing. Okay, that'll work. Unless someone happens to have October 25th. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's October 25th. All right. So let's try this booting again. And this time we're within a range, let's see, 10039. So that's in this range. So it should be like 68 apparently. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. I'm curious how long it takes to get to the desktop. So we're not going to fast forward this time, but I'm going to, I'm not even going to pause. I am in recording mode, and I have the input editor down here. So let's just start it and see what happens. Let's see, dwangoAC. Okay, I've got everything in the right place. Let's go for it. Okay. Thank you so much for your help, by the way. This is fun. Okay. I need to wait for this window to stop moving around before I start moving it, or things can get weird. So I'll move it over in just a second. Have no fear. Have no fear. Okay. Okay, so we're booting Windows XP. Currently 21 seconds in. I'm letting it go at its emulated speed. All right. So now we are 57 seconds in, and yes, it is taking a little long. Oops, I got my mouse pointer on there, but that's fine. Windows is starting up. I'm just going to reduce this height a little bit since it's not visible. There we go. There we go. It recorded a mouse click, but I don't care. So we're at 68 seconds already. It's still thinking. Well, welcome back with coffee. Hey, we made it to a desktop. Okay, I'm going to pause right here. Okay, so this obviously took a little longer. We took almost 71 seconds, but we made it to the desktop. Now, I'm going to make a save state in this state. So we're going to do save it in state 1. It doesn't particularly matter. We know that the BIOS was picking up the time that we were setting through libTAS. So that was one good test. So now we have a time of 2001. Looks like October 25th. So from the perspective of Windows, everything is happy. Now the question is, what do I need to hold in order to run something? Probably Command R. Let's try that. So Command. Oh wait, no, I need to do this differently. We're going to load that save state. So I'm going to hit F1. I'm loading the save state that I took earlier. All right, there's that. Now I need to wait just a little bit longer. I don't really care about perfect speed here. Let's see. I got the clock to show up. Oh, it's 3:01 in the morning. Wow, we're up late. Okay, so I need to hold down Command for 1 frame. I know from earlier testing that if I don't, it won't recognize it. Then I need to hold R, and then I'll just let it run for a bit. Okay, there's that. So instead of this, I want to call Minesweeper. So we're going to do let's see. How do I get the other characters to appear? Let's just do it one at a time for now. So we're going to do MINESWE. I don't remember if it was called Mines. Oh, it's winmine. Oh, that's why. Hang on. We're going to do it all over again. Loading state 1. It's called winmine. From this point, can we do the launch? I don't know yet. Let's find out. Thank you for reminding me that it's winmine. And the answer is that the command run dialog did not show up. So my first save state is too early for it to appear. Okay. Did anyone happen to catch what frame the successful launch of Minesweeper was at? I know that we got it to launch when we were here, roughly 7162. Kenny says that Kenny's postulation is that we have to wait for the bottom bar to appear. I postulate we can probably do it slightly faster than that. We'll find out. So 7162, we definitely get the bar. So let's just advance forward. Let's go to, say, 71. Okay, well, definitely it'll work here. This is a creepy song. What are we listening to? This is more than I want to listen to. Let's switch over. I'm just going to skip that. Yeah. No offense, Doom. I know Carrie loves you much, but... that's a bit much for my stream. That's better. Whew! Okay, let's get this going. Oops. All right. So, dang it. You didn't see that. There's a specific order I want everything to appear. Okay, there we go. Got it. So, what I may do is say always on top. That way I can click on this and it doesn't affect anything. All right. So, let's go back. Let's actually more like go forward to roughly 7155. Yeah, we're doing 7155. The bar at the bottom has not appeared yet. I'm holding down Command, which is the super key, which is the Windows key, and then R. And we actually did it on the frame that the bar appeared. My postulation is that it will open it like it should. And it did. Okay. So we know that we're between 7155 and 7138. So now let's have that roughly. So let's do 7146. We're going to advance with the super key, then the R key, and then just let it free run and see if it opens. And it still opened. So my postulation was that it would probably still work even though we hadn't loaded the bar yet. And it turns out it does, but we don't know yet which one. So we're at 7139. We know 7146 works. Let's try 7143. This is still coming in really hot. I'm gonna turn that music down a little bit. So Command, and then R, and then free run. 43 still worked. Okay. So it's between 7138 and 7143. Let's try 7141. Command R, and free run. Hey. We only got one more value to try. Bifurcating our problem domain. Okay. 7142. Will it work or not? I don't know yet. Here's 42. We're going to do Command R. I'm in Super R. And the answer is, it did not. That means 7143, at least in this particular booting of Windows, is the fastest we can make it work, which is interesting. Didn't know. All right, so we're going to load that again. Go to 7143. Oops, that was the wrong button. Load again. This is the beauty of save states. You can just try again until you get it right. All right, so hold down the super key, the Windows key, R, and then I am going to make a save state. And the save state is going to be in slot 2. Then we're going to free run and see what frame the box appears on. It appears roughly 7126. Now, I've been reloading the state the whole time, but there's another way I can do this. I can click on this box. So I'm going to go back to 7201. So it goes back to playback mode, and then it plays forward until it gets to this point. Now, if I had actually done myself in here. Oops. Take this off of always on top. You can see we're now in playback mode, which is fine. And I should have hotkeys set for that later at some point. So let's just make that always on top again. How much can we optimize Windows to boot faster? We can optimize Windows, but we can't change the services. Basically, there's a known image that we're using for consistency, and it has specific things in it. So we can't mess with that. But what we can do is twiddle with the system time. Because we know that for some reason, for whatever reason, different system times result in different speeds. And it appears to have something to do with daylight savings time. We're not really sure why, but Windows boots in 51 seconds versus 68. And we have a 68 number because we chose a value pretty close after they launched. And this is okay. This is actually what I want. Our current system time is displayed here. It's also technically displayed here, but we're not really going to pay much attention to that. Our goal right now is to launch Minesweeper. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm not sure what the first frame we can start pressing buttons on, but I don't think we have to be too crazy exact on this. But I do know that I messed up last time. It needs to be winmine. So we're going to do that real quick. So this first run, I'm not going to worry about speed at all. I'm just going to type it out. So we're going to do winmine, winmine, and then we're going to hit enter. And Windows is still booting in the background, by the way. I'm going to make a save in slot 3. Slot 3 is saved. And let's continue to frame advance forward until we get something. Okay, so we started Minesweeper roughly around, I don't know, 72, 74 roughly. So let's just play Minesweeper. I'm not putting any emphasis whatsoever into doing this right. None at all. Okay. Oh, I got a mine. All right, here's our pattern. Doop, 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 doop. All right, we got this pattern here, and there's a mine right here. Now, this is not cool. Don't do this in a competition, obviously. We just reloaded back to here. Now, I know from reading up on Minesweeper that the first click that I make so we got a different pattern. The first click that I make will never be a mine. If there is a mine, it will move it to this left corner right here. And we've got a different pattern, and the reason is that I started on a different second. I started on a different second. So now we're going to isolate the exact frame the game starts. So let's do that now. So we're going to do F3. Load our save state. I know I can free run for a little bit here. Okay. So it loaded sometime around, I don't know, 72, 75. It's going to switch back into playback mode. It'll play back through to that frame. And now I can frame advance forward. It partially loads on frame 7279, sort of. But we're going to go to 7278. Okay. I'm going to switch back to recording mode, which I really should figure out what the law... I should figure out what the key for that is. Let's see. Toggle read write. I don't have one set. Let's set it to, I don't know. I'm kind of running out of buttons. Let's see. Toggle read write. How about Control \\. I'm going to completely forget what that is. But now we've toggled read write mode. So let's assign that. Okay. So doop 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 doop. Okay. Toggle read write. It did not do anything because I didn't hit the right button. There we go. Switch to recording mode. That's what I wanted. Good. Okay. By the way, did I miss anything in chat? I haven't been looking at it very well. The boot process does not cause non-deterministic behavior because we are not in an emulator. I'm sorry, we are not in a virtual machine. We are in an emulator. And there's only one processor core. There's only one thread. Everything about the system is completely emulated. Okay, thanks, Kenny. I appreciate it. All right. So we know that in another frame, my mouse pointer did not, location did not update. That's a problem. Okay. So, let's see. It was 72. Oh gosh, what was it? 7241, I think? No. 7275? Let's go back here. Okay. My goal is to get my mouse pointer over the top of the starting area. So let's switch to record mode. And then I wish there was a way to center this, and there's also mouse acceleration, which makes this a lot harder. But here goes. So let's frame advance over. I'm not going back far enough. Okay. I need to get the mouse centered right at, let's see. I kind of want it to be, whoa, we're going way too fast here. This is ridiculously hard to control. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. Okay. This is going to be impossible for me to do with mouse acceleration on. Here, I'll show you the issue. My mouse is not a one-to-one representation. I can get it, like, hovered sort of over it, but then it kind of diverges a little. Let's see. Well, you know what? It's not doing so bad. Okay. All right. Here's what I've got to do. I need to align my mouse pointer with the mouse pointer that's here. Caret browsing with F7. You think that would work in Minesweeper? And yeah, Django's correct. That is the hope. Also, what are we listening to? This sounds sweet. Super Mario RPG. Oh, my camera died again. Hang on a sec. I gotta go do some more percussive maintenance. Hey, it was worth a shot. Also, I got that I can check at it. I've got a screwdriver I'm going to throw at it. Hey, Arrow Bounce, good to see you. Let's see if I can hit it with this. Is that enough? Nope, not hard enough. I need something harder to throw at it. Hang on. Ah, my shoe. My shoe's right here. Okay. All right, here goes. Nope. Oh, well, it wouldn't work anyway. I accidentally unplugged it. All right, I'll be right back. Throwing stuff isn't working. All right, it's back. Oh, but something else is wrong. I lost my audio, didn't I? Yep. Yep, I crashed it. Okay, we're good. Ha! Well, now that I've done all that chaos. Okay, so here's what we have to do. I need to go back in time all the way to F3, I think. Okay. Now I need to align the mouse cursor while we're waiting. So, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go down here. Okay, I gotta be faster than that. Let's do that again. Oh, Dwandler, make sure you get some breakfast. But I'm so glad you're watching the stream. Okay, I went too fast. I moved the mouse significantly, and it couldn't handle the change. So I've got to reload. Let's see. Okay, where is it expecting the mouse to be? Up here, apparently. Let's find out. The most important enough times most delicious meal of the day. Also, Aerobounce, I really do appreciate those 72 months. I don't know if I called you out properly for that. So my mouse cursor is roughly in the right place. Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a new save state. We're going to make this save state 4. 3, 4. All right, now we saved in save state 4. So this is now in roughly the same place. So if I try clicking on frame 7276, what happens? It does work. All right, now let's go load save state 4. Okay, now I'm going to try clicking one frame early. And it didn't work. At least I didn't think it worked. Just loading that one more time to make sure. And it ignored it. Okay, so we're going to go one frame later. So this is the earliest that we can possibly... This is the earliest frame we can possibly click. Is right here. Step. And then click. And we end up clicking right there. Now we end up with a 2 there. And from here on out, I expect everything to be the same. So we have a big field right here. And that's all that matters. I only care to see this big field right here. So now let's reload. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to move the mouse cursor just a little bit and try to start. Come on, mouse, update. Whoa, that's too far. I need to move a little bit, not that much. Okay, I'm going to get the mouse cursor over the top of the existing mouse cursor. Load. Now, frame advance. Okay, I advanced 3 frames, and now I'm clicking. And what we expect is the same pattern. And instead, nothing at all happened. Okay, let's do that again. That wasn't what I expected. You love Minesweeper so much. Chicken Scratch, I love your name, by the way. Okay, so let's try that again. So let's advance. This sounds like Final Fantasy. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and click. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we definitely got the click this time. Oh, did I miss the edge of the field? Maybe I did. Let me just keep this going. Okay, we got the same pattern. Okay, so this is the same pattern we saw before, and my guess is the mines are all in the same state. So let's just clear it really quick. So we got 2 here. Let's just be brave and call that a mine, a mine. Oh, hey, this is actually the same pattern, isn't it? Okay, that means there's... Okay, this is really weird. Okay, yeah. It's the same pattern. This is exactly the same pattern we saw last time. I requested it purely for the dad mode, make who react her title, huh? Yeah, you know. Okay, so we ended up, I believe, with exactly the same pattern we got earlier. Now the question is, how many frames can I wait before clicking? And it doesn't seem to matter where I click. That is the same one, right? If I go over here to this bomb. Oops. Yes. No, wait. This is a different pattern, isn't it? This is a different pattern because there are 2 here. I think this is a different pattern. We still have a bomb in the same location, but I believe this is a different pattern. So, let's load. F4. Try to get my mouse cursor over here. Roughly the same spot. Frame advance. So I want to make sure that I play this one out. So this is the very first click. Okay. We know that there's a bomb here that'll reveal everything. So 1, 2, 1, let's see, so cluster of 3 here. 1, 2. Ah, you know what? I bet it moved one over here. Okay. So this opening field. All right. Correct. A reunion is accurate. That is exactly what happens. Yes, that is exactly what's going to happen. Let create. We are doing that right now. I want to make and submit the very first tool-assisted speedrun of a Windows XP game on TASVideos with PCEM inside of libTAS. It is now an accepted emulator, and I would love to make that happen. Double-click is going to complicate the routing. Yeah, you're right about that. So let me get the mouse cursor in the right place. Let's get this here. Now, I'm going to wait just a few frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm going to click. I don't think I clicked in the same place, but that's okay. All right, we ended up with a different pattern. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, I clicked here, and the bomb moved to the upper left, just like we thought it would. Okay, No, we're all right. We're all right. Everything is sane. Everything is doing exactly what we would expect. Let's do F4. Okay. Let me make sure I don't click on that one. So now I'm going to do it on frame 7290. Oh, it ignored me. Okay. That tells me something. Yes, Django. Ski-free can absolutely be something. Yes, let create. That already exists for the authenticity. I'm not going to do the whole thing because it really does emulate everything. Everything. But watch this. I'm not going to play this whole thing back because it's over an hour long. But yes, there is a TAS of installing Windows XP. And I used it. Yes, I know it's slightly off screen, but I can't fix that easily. So I'm going to advance forward through this installation movie. Setup is loading. Do you guys remember this screen, by the way? Setup is loading files. Kernel debugger DLL. I'm just going to fast forward a bunch. I'm hitting 5 seconds forward. Keyboard driver. Setup is copying files. I know, right? I've seen it so many times, Balthazar. And not just this screen, but there's more after this. Your computer will reboot. Okay, so now we got the reboot. Okay, this screen. Just waiting forever. Just advance forward a little bit. Installing devices. Setup and install. Okay, so during this section, it would eventually, normally, depending on how you went about it, depending on the CD you started with and things like that, it would eventually ask for a product key in one of these menus. And you'd have to type in something like WX736-8YJCM2JW33-4KJGY-XCDJ6. I typed that dang thing so many times I memorized it. Anyway. Right? I was working for a company that stole a VLA, and I didn't know it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a volume license key. Anyway, so the system just takes forever to finish up. So we're gonna skip forward, but so I ran this movie. This is a tool assisted speedrun movie installing Windows XP in an hour and change. Okay, but it did do some things, right? So this movie came through. It did a few updates. I would like to know, Kainzo. Oh, switch to classic view. Yeah. We are not going to take a tour. So there was a utilities CD that was inserted. And so they went through and installed all of these sound and driver things for the specific hardware we're emulating. Because this is an emulator, not a virtual machine. Sound Blaster, AW32, Voodoo 3, all kinds of other things. Setting the screensaver off. Setting power scheme to off. Installing Flash, a few other useful tools. So there's Java, Flash, and then turn off the computer. Come back in. Amiga Sport. Okay. This is the 3DFX tools. I remember my 3DFX fondly. I had a Voodoo 3, so that was the graphics install. This is the install for OpenJDK, because that's useful. So that's on here as well. OpenJDK installed. A couple of registry tweaks. There's nothing major here, but this is just going in and taking care of a couple things that might cause issues. So let's see, a new word value. What was this one? Enable balloon tips. Oh, he had a typo, but he doesn't care. Not a perfect screen. Who wants to make a frame perfect installation of Windows XP? Oh, yeah, this is definitely a low tab. Get rid of all that. Left Flash player, though, for some reason. I don't know why that's been left behind. So control panel, probably getting rid of a couple of things here. I think they probably should have gotten rid of the... yeah, don't tell me the firewall's all messed up. No, the loading time does not. That's one of the reasons we can make a tool-assisted speedrun of it. What are they doing with the display settings? Monitor. Oh, yeah. Setting the monitor to 100 hertz because we're doing everything at 100 FPS. Yeah. Automatic updates. Go away. Now it's done. Okay. So that was the installation of what we're now running. And then I've gone and further customized it with one other change, which removed the mouse acceleration. Ooh, you booted Windows for Workgroups on his corporate machine? Oh my gosh. No, you mock 100 hertz monitors in 2006? Don't. I was running at 120 hertz. Like, this was a common everyday thing with a CRT. Totally normal. Like, it was a thing. I had a really nice ViewSonic that I ran that hot. Who else here had a CRT they were running it at 160 hertz was totally a thing. like it might not necessarily be a good idea depending on your resolution, but it was definitely a thing we did. Yeah, Balthazar, I used to run 75 hertz on the regular because I could. Yep. Oh, nice, Django. Just totally pranking your boss with a blue B-Sod. That's fun. Ooh, E-Gamma. You found one that ran at 85 hertz. Nice. Yeah, I had a really nice ViewSonic that was amazing. It's okay. A lot of folks didn't have CRTs back in the day. You had a CRT that could do 200 megahertz at 640 by 480. Rob the Mad. That is awesome. The flashing from 60 hertz on a CRT was painful on the eyes. Django, oh my goodness. Yeah, you're gonna have some. You're gonna hear some stories because Balthazar always has the stories. You're in for a treat. Okay, so let's go back to Minesweeper. Here's what we've learned so far. First, we've learned that a single frame click doesn't always register, and I have a couple of theories about what might be happening there. The first theory is that we are still technically booting Windows. For instance, I'm just gonna let this free run for a bit. So Windows is still dutifully going along. It just now loaded the sound icon. It is still booting. We are not even fully booted yet. There's still stuff happening in the background. Virtual Geographic Labs. Miracles while you wait. Okay, I think maybe the system has settled down by now, but... Nope, it hasn't. I'm still at a frame rate of 80. So it's still got something going on in the background. It's preventing it from running at full speed. I don't know what yet. A former coworker at a job a long time ago installed that on our Windows 2K web server. Sorry, guy, you're getting in my way. His boss was on a call. There was a page that was an issue on the server. So thinking that the server had crashed, he hard shut the system down. Oh, the system did not like that. Caused more problems than the simple service outage. Yep, been there. What are we listening to? Okay, so at this point, we're already a full minute in. If I click somewhere, we're getting very, very different. No, we're not. Actually, it's still the same. Okay. So I'm going to click this mine here because we know it's there. We got the same pattern, even though I waited several minutes. Okay, this is good. This is what I expected to see. All right. Let's do this again. We're going to F4. We've loaded the state. We're in free run. I don't really care. We're going to wait just for the speaker icon to show up. It doesn't particularly matter to me, but okay, there we go. I'm just going to click somewhere in the middle of the field, and bam, we got the same level. So it is the frame that Minesweeper starts on that dictates when or what pattern you get. The mines will always be the same unless you click on a mine as your first move, in which case it will move up here. Or let's see. I think Irunian said. Where did the mine move? Upper left or upper right? Upper left. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was upper left. Okay, so we're going to do this a couple more times. I'm going to try a couple of other things. So I'm going to hit this button here a couple times. And that gave us a different pattern. Okay. So as expected, if you click this to roll it, it will give you a different seed. Otherwise, we're always getting this seed no matter how long we wait to click it. I just had clicked on things and didn't recognize the pattern. So let's do a couple of other things. We're going to move it to a different position. We're going to, like, I don't know, draw something. So I'm just causing entropy. I'm doing different things in the system. And I bet if I click... Okay, it worked fine. I love the face, by the way. Bam. There's the bomb. All right, somebody set us up the bomb. This is awesome. So we were getting deterministic behavior. This is all I wanted. This is what I wanted, deterministic behavior. It's working consistently every time I do it. Now. Now we need to back up. You guys are having a very interesting conversation about B-Sods. You're running a pre-HDTV VGA LCD panel at 1280 by 1024. Can Mary Deo? I actually have a story for you. I still have an Apple DVI display. It's 1024 by 768. The refresh rate is horrible, but at one point in time, Apple actually sold a monitor with a DVI connection on it, and it works to this day. It's up in my attic. It's a great little display for when you just need 4x3 and you don't care about the refresh rate. I bust it out every once in a while. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now the question is, we've now proven that if we start from this state and free run and do whatever, we can do whatever we like with the game. If we roll the seed, if I go to intermediate and then back to beginner, it then cycles to the next pattern, right? So this is no longer that same pattern that we were getting. Likewise, if we close the game and rerun it. Whoa, that was not what I wanted. Here, I'm just going to click on it. It doesn't matter. All right. Let's go down here. Run. We're just relaunching it. We're going to get a different pattern. Right? So we got a completely different pattern here. Wow, I'm being really, really lazy. Yeah, there's a bomb. Okay, so here's what seems to matter. It appears to be the second that you launch the game. But I postulate it's not the frame you launch the game. So let's try to prove that out. First of all, let's let this free run for just a second. Over here, you can see that we are incrementing 01, 36, 37, 38. I am going to attempt to launch this. We're going to go back to our previous save state, which was F3. F3, okay. I'm going to attempt to launch this on a different frame. Oh, I'm going to have to go back farther, though. Well, that's okay. That's easy enough to fix. So we have winmine over here. I'm going to do a couple of stupid things. So we're currently in recording mode, but as soon as I start playing around with this... I'm going to be more efficient with how I launch the game. And let's see what happens. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. Oh. I didn't give it enough time. It did win minim. Oh, no, I messed up. I typoed. Ha 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 ha. Am I in? I can type. I was in the wrong box. Okay, let's see. Okay. Hey, all right. Now, in theory, I launched on the same. Let's go back up. Let's see. Let's load on F3. Save state. Okay. Oops. State 2. Okay. State 3. Save state inputs mismatch. Okay, well, that's a problem. Here, let's make sure it's in playback mode. It is. And don't do that. Let's play forward to here. Okay, so I played it forward to here. We're going to make a, let's make an F3 here. Okay, this time I'm hitting the right button. Okay, there we go. So I've saved state 3, and maybe I should put this back on locked in place again. I know it's kind of annoying when I need to change it, but it makes it easier to interact here. Okay, so now I want to... We're in playback mode, so as I advance forward, I've hit winmine, and I'm going to hit E and return on the next frame. So now I'm going to make another save state right here. The reason I'm making it here is because I have not yet hit enter. So I've saved a state. So basically, this is just a faster way to type this. I'm pressing the buttons quicker than I was otherwise. Okay. We're continuing forward. Okay. Now my postulation. Oh, I'm in playback mode. Hang on. Let me in recording mode. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. All right, that's okay. That's okay. Let's load. Back to here. Okay. Make one on 5 after the input is hit. Saving slot 5. Toggling into record mode. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, so now, I think that's a safe square, right? Okay, we ended up with a different pattern. So, I believe that I opened it a little bit earlier, and I got a different pattern. Now, the question is if we continue to get this pattern. Now, the nice thing about this is I can just get the mouse pointer somewhere up in this region, up at the top, and just be able to click anywhere in this area, and it'll be okay. So let's load, F5. You have returned from breakfast. I hope your breakfast was lovely. Also, Illy, glad to have you here on chat. I could do with a better chat display than what I've got, but at least it's here. I'll tweak it some other time. Okay, so at this point, we've already launched the game, but I'm going to instead go to 4. So we're going to load 4. And we are in record mode. Or we're in play. Yeah, we should be in record mode, which means that this should not press enter. Okay. I'm going to wait 5 frames, do enter, E and enter, and then continue. So I waited 5 frames. And the question is, let's see, am I still in? I'm in playback mode, or am I in? Just move this over just a touch here. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. I want to be able to still see the time, but I'm just going to move this window over just a little bit. Okay, now I can see whether it's in recording or playback mode. Okay. Something did not happen right, so we're going to go back. Okay. So we are in recording mode, which means that if I advance forward, it eliminates those buttons. So let's do... Now we'll do E and enter. Oops. On 7240. So our clock time after pressing advance on 7240 is 0112 right here. I know it's like 12Z, but I know it's at the end of at the edge of the screen. But it should be visible. Okay. So now let's try the same thing. Okay. We're at a 1 second boundary difference. Let's bifurcate that problem domain. So scrolling back up a little bit. Right now, we're doing this at 7240. We know that we get that other pattern if we do it on 7235. So let's just verify that. I'm going to do this, and then just let it go forward, put it back into record mode. Come on. There we go. Okay. So, let's review. Oops. That was the wrong state. I need to go back to 4. Okay. Let's review. We know that on 7240 we get a different field. So let's bifurcate the problem, or not the problem domain, but the time domain. So we've got 7235 and 7240. So the best place to do this is probably 7238. So let's, we're in record mode right now. Let's just advance forward to 7238. Well, actually 39 apparently, because I missed, but that's all right. E, enter, and frame advance. Okay. So 7239, too far. Or, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. 72, yeah, it was 7239. So let's do it on 7237 this time. So it's advanced a couple times. So we're on 7237. E, enter, frame advance. Okay. So we have that pattern with 7237. Let's go forward. Liking this remix. You remember putting tape on someone's network cable contacts? It hated that, huh? Slow network connection detected from tape? Oh my gosh. Oh, it just added enough resistance. 15.625 milliseconds. That's more or less accurate. It's kind of complicated. It depends on the context. The get tick count is also interesting because it updates technically every 10 milliseconds. Nozu, there is an entire scientific paper on how Minesweeper's level generation works. It's actually kind of amazing. Illy, that's very funny. Did I taint your kernel? No, I did not. Okay, so let's we tried 7237. Let's try 7238. Let's advance forward. This is where it gets kind of hard, but because trying to stay focused is hard. 7238. We're still in recording mode. Okay. Check this out. 7237, we get one screen. 7238, we get a different one. Now, let's go look at those times very carefully. Loading state 4 at 7237. We are currently at least on this clock view, we're at 0112. And again, on 7237, if I do E, enter, frame advance to launch winmine. Oops. And I click, I get, oh, wait a minute. No, that's the later pattern. Is it? No, that's, hang on. 7237. That's this pattern. Hang on. I need to be very careful. Okay. 7237 is the, what do we want to call this pattern? Top to bottom. This one's got an open gap all the way from the top to bottom. So there's that one. Okay. 7236, E, enter, frame advance. Okay. I'm still getting that pattern on 7236. Okay. I must have gotten my patterns mixed up in my head. Okay. Now, let's do 7238. So on 7238, E, enter frame advance. Okay. Okay. So 7238 is this left and right pattern. Although I feel like it looks different than what we had before. The YouTube API, live API is weirder than you thought. What are you seeing, Ellie? Okay. So, let's just frame advance it a little bit. 7237 is 0201 12. I'm not seeing this change at this boundary. We're now at 7239. And that time doesn't change until much later. So we're at sub-second times. And now we're getting this pattern. Okay. I like it. I like what you're calling it, duck pattern. Okay. I need to get really consistent here because I'm kind of not great with patterns. So let's start with 7235. E, enter, advance. And then how many frames do I need to advance before I can click? So, right now, 7235. 7235 was when we launched the game. And when launching on 7235, and I need to be recording this, maybe someone in chat can help me. When launching on 7235, we can first click on a title. Oh, wow, that actually displayed a little differently this time. We can first see the whole board on 7276. That was the first frame that we were able to see everything. So once again, just record that we launched WinMine, we launched Minesweeper on frame 7235. The first frame we were able to see Minesweeper was 7276. And the pattern we are seeing with that, assuming I can get the mouse pointer to move down, the pattern we are seeing with that is this left to right. I don't know what we want to call that one. Iguana? I don't know. Making things up. The Fool. How would TAS Minesweeper work other than just being very fast? Well, consider some of the things we might be able to do. Yeah, sure, Sawtooth. That works. Consider what we might be able to work out. This one is not a one-click solve. This beginner level does not automatically solve itself on one click. However, there are known intermediate boards that are one-click solves on beginner. How do we manipulate that into happening? What can I do as a user to manipulate what happens in Minesweeper? That's the question. What can we do that we could manipulate a perfect Minesweeper board? And can we do it on beginner? Can we do it on intermediate? Can we do it on expert? Yep. Okay, so someone type out for me, just so like someone type in chat. Launched 7235. Appeared on 72. Oh wait, what did I even say? Well, I mean, I clicked on 7286, but I think it was 7276. I said it out loud and I've already forgotten it. This is what I hate about my dyslexia. I have some pretty significant dyscalculus. The specific form of dyslexia that I deal with the most is I have difficulty with numbers. And when you're making a tool-assisted speedrun, that can be a real big pain in the butt. All right, let's go back. So we have determined that if we launch on 7235 and advance forward,
Easy.
7276. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure it was right. All right. Now I'm just going to let this free run for a while. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just like messing around with the OS. Just changing entropy, changing its location. Doesn't really matter. The only thing we're not doing is re-rolling the board. Now let's go click here. And we got the same pattern. Okay. So based on the evidence I see so far, it doesn't matter how long you wait after the board is generated. What matters is when the board is generated. So, at 7235, with a launch time of 7276, we get a sawtooth. Let's go one frame forward. We're going to go to just frame 7236 and do the game launch. Now, 7276 was where we were first able to see the display. My mouse movement should not be affecting anything, but it could. Okay, 7276, we have a board that very clearly is different, right? It drew it differently. The line at the bottom is different. We're going to test mouse movement in a second. But it created it on 7277, a different frame at 100 frames per second. Okay, now let's see what board we got. Nope, I missed. This part doesn't matter. I can just free run this part. Okay, we got the same. We were one frame offset. So that was 7236, which was 7277, I believe, and it was Sawtooth. Dwan, thank you so much for recording that. Now, let's do this again, but we're going to advance forward. Loving the music, but it's a little hot. We're going to advance forward again. And this time, we're going to do it on 7237. So, enter, frame advance, 7237. We anticipate that on 7278 now, we will get the game to launch. 7278. So there was 75, 70. Oh, check that out. What did you see? What's different? What's different? What's different? What's different is I moved the mouse around. Okay. All right. Well, it loaded at 7276 this time, and we got a different pattern. Okay. Wait. Maybe it's not my mouse. Let's do that again. We're going to do this without clicking at all. So, we're going to zero out the mouse movement. Okay. Let's review. So, we've done 7235 and 7236. Now we're on 7237. Enter, frame advance. My mouse movement is not happening. I'm not moving the mouse at all this time. And we still got 7276. All right. And more specifically, oops. It's this pattern, the top to bottom. Okay, I accidentally clicked out of the window, but that's all right. Okay. So, fascinating results. Don't know what they mean yet. Loving the music, by the way. There we go. Just cleaning things up. All right. So, what have we learned? River. Ooh, I like that one. River. Yeah, virtual 256? I don't know. Let's find out. So, one of the things virtual 256 is that there is a different behavior based on when you launch it compared to what happens when you re-roll. And eventually, as you re-roll with the face, with that reset button, it will re-roll into a pattern because of how the RNG works. There's a whole scientific article on it, which is fascinating. What we want to impact is that first roll. So, let's go back. Ooh, I'm liking this start of the music. So let's go to... So now I'm going to make it a mess. We're on 7237. Enter, run. All right, now as I go, I'm just going to move this all over the place. And I'm even going to draw stuff on the desktop and draw stuff on the desktop again. 7276, 7277, 7278. I did, in fact, with my mouse movements, influence how long it took Minesweeper to start. My guess is it was probably the drawing on the screen, like the selecting things on the desktop. It took 2 frames longer. Okay, this is good. Now the question is, which pattern do we get? My guess is probably what he called River. I like River. Or not, well, Dwandaler called River. I actually don't know your gender. I missed. Okay, come on. There we go. Yes, River. Okay. So, by moving the mouse around, we got a 7237 and the start and a 7278 on the end because the mouse movements themselves impacted the time that it took to start. Now, it wasn't just mouse movements. I was selecting stuff on the desktop. But this is valuable. This means that input does change when it starts, but not what starts. At least not here yet. So let's back up and try again. Nozu, to move mouse to speed up loading times thing, yes, that is a real thing that is a known challenge in some installers that I've seen. I've heard some pretty weird stuff. I totally lost track of time. It's already 7 o'clock. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Doesn't look like it. By the way, I don't know if you saw this earlier, but the Odysseus has landed on the moon. I don't know anything else. I've been streaming, so I'm not sure how much happened after that, but I wanted to quickly check on what was going on there. Okay, so here's what we know. 72, 70... Oh, well, hang on, let me just reload. I did it. We start the game on 7237. We get that river. Let's try 7238 now. Enter start, and I'm not going to move the mouse. Okay. Did we get the river? Well, I didn't see what it started on. Hang on, let me redo that. 7238. And we started on 7274. Interesting. But we get that other pattern. 70. It wasn't River, was it? It was Sawtooth. Yeah. Dwandaler, that surprised me. Yeah, right. Yoshi Rolls, you're not wrong. It has been completely decompiled. And here's what's interesting. We reverted to a different result. For whatever reason, the game started earlier. So the start time of 7274 gave us Sawtooth. Hey, RexRef. Good to see you. One second. I'm just getting my kids to do a couple chores. Okay. So I postulate that the frame that Minesweeper actually started, not the frame we launched it on, the frame it actually started on, was what made that difference. We started on 7274, even though we technically started it later. My guess as to why is not mouse movements, it's other things happening in the background. We just happened to overlay on top of the sound panel starting and other things that behaved differently. Okay, and Illy, if you're still around on stream, there is some fun stuff in the Hangout channel of the TASBot Discord server that you will like. Okay, so let's go back. That was a fascinating result that I did not expect. So let's keep recording science. So that was 7238. Now let's do it on 7239. E, enter, start. Now I'm deliberately not moving the mouse pointer. 7277, 7278, 7279. We finally launched on 7280. So with 7280 as the launch style, we got, what are we calling that one? River. I kind of like the name River. What are you envious of? Yoshi Rules, what are you envious of? Oh, you're envious of the framework laptop, I bet. I would be envious of that. That's a nice laptop. Okay. So, let's do a couple more. This is enjoyable. I'm really getting into a groove here. 7239. Next one up is going to be 7240. So we're just going to go to here. Oops, I overshot. 7240. E, enter. $72.74, $72.75, $72.76. Okay. What is your theory of what we will get based on the fact that we're now starting on 72.76? I postulate that because we're starting on 72.76, we will see the same sawtooth pattern that we were seeing when we originally tried launching on frame 72.35. I believe it will be the sawtooth. So let's go find out. It was not. Okay, folks. Now we have to recreate the result. Dwandelier. I was surprised by that. Were you surprised by that? You've been tracking this fairly carefully. Did not predict that result. Yeah. Okay. So, let's redo that. So this was 7240. So let's go down here. I'm not moving the mouse. You can see the mouse is stuck at 129 and 294 is the position it's at. So we're now at frame 7240. E, enter, advance. Now we're going to run till 7276. Now I'll note the pattern it started up on is different. It is a little different. So we're now the board is now fully visible at 7276, and the pattern we're getting is river. However, let's contrast. We're going to load for 7235. E, enter. Not moving the mouse. 72, 75, 76. Now now it's visible on 7278. What's going on there? Dwandelier, that's very common. But I think the important bit here is look there. It says 7278. I thought for certain that we did this deterministically and we're getting deterministic results, and this is not. What's different here? Okay, my postulation is this will be sawtooth, and it was. Okay. There must be something about where my mouse is landing that's causing some issues. So, I'm not entirely sure how to handle this. What would be dead center of a screen, assuming... Well, actually, here, I need to do some quick testing. Before I launch this, I'm just not going to do anything. The upper reaches of my mouse position. So mouse position 0, 1, 1, 1 is all the way over here. Okay. -3. Okay. So if you go off the screen, it becomes negative. Okay. Not sure how that gets represented. All right. So our highest number that we can represent is 655 by 794. So it's interesting because, it's going out of the bounds of the screen. Okay. I don't know how that works. Like, Yeah, I expected it to be exactly 640 by 480, which, I mean, it technically is. 586. Well, no, this is like 640 by 8. Maybe it's 600 by 800. I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting it to align correctly. Let's get it all the way aligned in this corner. Okay, and then align it again in this where I can see it. What I want to do is try to eliminate mouse movement as a source of potential entropy. Because it is a possible... We know that certainly drawing stuff did. Oops, dang it. Okay, the question though is, which one is it doing? Is it the white mouse cursor that it's paying attention to? It appears to not be. Well, there's 600. That's the bottom pixel. Okay. So if that's 600 at the very bottom, let's go over a little bit. If that's 600, then 700? 710. These numbers do not seem to align with the resolution, because I think the resolution on here, let me just properties, settings. It's 800 by 600. But something's not quite aligning with what I'd expect for that. Okay. So there's technically no mouse acceleration. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Let me align this. And let me go here. Let's go to my computer. No, I don't want my computer. I actually want control panel. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to blow this away anyway. Let's go to mouse. Pointer options. We've disabled enhanced pointer precision. If I enable this, it gets much, much harder because it doesn't follow the mouse cursor. It starts doing acceleration, which I do not want. So mouse acceleration was called enhanced pointer precision back in the day. So let's pause this. All right, what I need to do next is trickier. I need to go through and modify this this whole movie so that these are all zeros. Well, I guess 1 ones. Oh, whoops. Okay, hang on. Let me do it in the future. I'm going to go back to 2. Okay, I've loaded save state 2. We're going to set all of these to 1. And then, oops. I just want the ones between when we are typing to be all ones. I don't care about it before then. And then I'm going to disable mouse input. So Balthazar, yeah, there's technically in Cinnamon, but that doesn't matter. You can see that the frame is tracking well. Like if I have my mouse pointer in the right place and the emulator is running, it does properly follow the mouse. I know this is a boring part of the task, so thanks for your patience. I'm sure there's a faster way to do this. Maybe someone who's more familiar with libTAS can tell me. We're kind of doing something funny here because we're technically in playback mode. If you look up here, we're in playback mode. Yeah, softest cat. I'm not sure. And we're going to do some other tests here in a little bit that I think are going to shed some light on things. Something I wanted to do earlier, but I wanted to do an initial system start because the system in this state, you can see it's so far back that we haven't even loaded the full bar yet. Like the operating system is still running, and we're on a single core, basically single-threaded system. It's a Pentium, I think it's a 450 megahertz, I want to say. I've got the specs up here. I'll go look it up in a bit. But okay, getting closer. There's a lot of frames at 100 frames a second. Good golly, how many do I have here? Okay. Okay, I don't have too many. I can do this. I can do this. I'm sure there's a faster way to do it. Can I just copy and paste? What happens if I take 7? What happens if I do this and then that? Okay, well that's working. That's a little faster. Okay. I don't think that's adding frames. Doesn't appear to be. Okay, that's just yeah. Okay. Well, I should have done that earlier. Okay. Now I can't do that here because I don't want to clear these. So I'm going to set it to 1 here, and this is going to cause a rewind to happen. I need to do this differently. Okay. Okay, there's frame 1. Oops, you didn't see that. All right, there we go. Sorry, I got a little too far out of the order. How did I get a 2 there? All right, fixing that. Let's get all these in place really quick. That won't take long. Okay. I'm not too worried about the stuff before this. I care about this section here. So they're all 1s. Even these. Okay. Now. Okay. So let's fast forward to here. So this is now playing forward in time, but the mouse position is locked at 1. And what I'm going to do here is settings, inputs, mouse. How do I say that I don't want... I do want mouse support, but I don't want the mouse to... Input. Mouse relative mode. Man, I don't want it to move around. So I basically can't move my mouse up here while I'm doing this. Megius, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Dwandelier, yes. I will be console verifying it, in a way, sort of. I don't know visible reality. I don't know if I could do that. By the way, softest cat, you were right about that y equals 2. I did fix it. Okay, so now we're on more solid footing. We don't have any mouse movement whatsoever from the point that, like before we, I guess I did have a mouse click, but I don't really care about that too much. I could get rid of those, I suppose, if I was being pedantic. So this whole time we were like 0, 0. This is all in the boot up sequence. Didn't really care too much about that. I can clear that out some other time, but I don't think it'll have much of an impact. I would not expect a desync to happen because of this. So now we've got 1, 1. So we're putting the mouse pointer all the way up in here in this position. I'm not going to put my mouse cursor over the top of this anymore. I'm going to stay safely in here in this input view. So let's advance forward. You can see that the mouse inputs are staying at 1, 1. Oh, hang on. I need to put it in record mode. Okay. Okay. Let's put it in record mode. All right. We're now in recording mode. Let's continue forward. So now it's recording it as 0, 0 because I have 0 input whatsoever, which is fine. My mouse is not on the screen. So now we're going to manually put the mouse somewhere. I need to figure out what the mouse position is. So now that we've already loaded this, okay, until I click into the screen, until I click on here, it isn't moving the mouse around. Now the position we're going to need to be at is 3798 roughly. Oh, well that's interesting. What pattern is that? Okay, let's do that again. Okay, that was fascinating. We're at frame 7235. And wow. Okay. This is messing with my mind a little bit. Let's do return frame advance. We're at position 0. Oh, darn it. It nuked all of my because I loaded the save state. The mouse coordinates reset because I know exactly why it did it. And I'm an idiot, but that's okay. I now know though that if it's not on the screen, then it's 0, 0. So let's just more quickly get this cleared out. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm only going to clear out this one section, and we're going to do it in a lot faster way than I did last time. And we're going to do this much cleaner than last time. So I'm now at frame 7139. So 7139. I'm going to, from this point on, just clean up a couple of sections. Okay, I'm just going to type in a chat in the Twitch chat side for a bit. 7144, start pressing... start pressing Super L plus R. 7232. 7232. Start pressing WINM. And 7234. Okay. Now, this is really harsh. This is really harsh, but we got to be good. Bye-bye. Nope, we're not saving the movie file. It's not good enough. We got to be more consistent. We had way too many variables. We saw that the mouse position was affecting things, which is wild. Now we're going to recreate it. So we're not going to pause, but we are going to record. We're going to fast forward for a little bit. I'll move the screen in a little bit. So let's start. Okay. I'll move the screen in a bit. Oh wait, it's recording mouse positions. Hang on, stop that. Okay. Hang on. No, don't do that. How do I get it to... I just want to manually set the inputs. So there is a relative mode in input. Mouse button. That doesn't do what I want. Runtime. Let's see. Is there anything about mice that I want to play with? Reading, that's what I want. Mouse support. Enable mouse. If unchecked, it will report a fixed mouse cursor at 0, 0 coordinates. Warp mouse to the center of the game window on each frame. This is useful in combination with relative mode to ease mouse inputs. Yep, okay. Prevents games from warping the mouse cursor. Not worried about that. Here's the problem. I'm seeing... Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I need to start paused. I'm a little bit worried about what will happen if I tell it, no, really, don't use any mouse coordinates at all. So let's start paused. Wait for the window to come up. Okay. So we are at frame 0, and it has not recorded any mouse input whatsoever. And I'm going to make sure it doesn't by keeping my mouse cursor on here, where I can frame advance, but it's not recording any mouse inputs. Okay, so I don't have this window focused, and as long as I leave that window unfocused, it should be okay. Okay, so we're not recording any mouse inputs whatsoever this time. That's good. Okay. This is interesting stuff, by the way. All right, let's just let it free run. Our system time is 2001 still, so we're still October 2001, the launch date. Our frame count, our frame number we need to get to is 7144 is when we should be able to start pressing Super L plus R. That was the last one. I don't know what it'll be this time. So we're going to make sure we make a save state a little bit earlier than that. I need the window size to change first. Okay, we're good so far. I'm going to always untop this for a second, but I'm going to keep this down here. Okay. Still no mouse, which is good. Okay, the mouse pointer is resolutely in the middle of the screen because it has not received any mouse updates whatsoever. All right, our previous frame was 7144. Let's get to, say, 7,000 or so, and then make a save state. This takes a while. We're running at about 15 frames a second right now. It's unfortunately we had to throw that work out, but it's cleaner this time, and we know stuff. All right, we're at frame 7,000. I'm creating a save state here. So we've got a nice early save state. Now that save state is in place, we're going to advance forward. I'm in recording mode. 7091. Oh gosh, yes. The mouse movement heavily affected when things started. Way more than I thought they would. I did not predict that. Wow. Okay. Well, now we know. Balthazar, I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised, and maybe it's on me. So, let's review. On our earlier stream, or earlier in the stream, we started Windows XP, and I was moving the mouse pointer all over the place. And I didn't even save that result, because frankly, I realized I was adding in a bunch of extra non-determinism. But the fact that it made Windows boot slower, if you told me, I'm just going to face the camera here and say this. If you told me when I was running Windows XP that moving my mouse around while it was booting would make it boot slower, I would have changed my behavior. Right? Like, this is science. The difference between science and messing around is writing things down, which I'm terrible at, but we're making some progress. I want to do some writing down. This is probably my Hacker Notes one, which is fine. Let's see. I don't care about that. Yeah, this is my Hacker Notes one. Sure. Okay. So we're going to create a new Hacker Note. All right. What's the date today? 2024-02. What is it? The 22nd? Let me make this window a little bit embiggened. Also, I'm going to get this like way moved over. Okay, and let me just do this. The difference between science and just messing around is writing things down. So I've hopped into Obsidian here. I'm just going to make that a little bit smaller. Let's close all these extra tabs I don't need. Okay, there we go. Windows XP behaviors. And that should be more or less on screen. Should be anyway. Come on. There we go. All right, that should be on screen. Yeah. Oh, nope, I need to make it a little narrower. Hang on. Just a little narrower for you. There we go. Okay. All right, that's a very, very silly thing to do. Okay, sorry, I had to record the accomplishment. Thank you so much for the discovery. By the way, I should have said Twitch and YouTube stream. Okay. I do like Donkey Kong Country, but I'm going to avoid the rap. Let's skip that. Okay. Sorry, not in that mood for it. Okay, what did I miss in chat? Yeah. Rob the Mad, you're right. I know, right? All of us did the same thing. I wiggled my mouse all over the place when my system was booting back then. Right, Briagaya? I think there's something to be... There's something that I can do with this. I'm not sure what yet. Okay. I regret to tell you, we now have to go back and figure out the first frame we can press a button. So, we're loading our save state, which is all the way back at 7,000. I'm letting it free run. Oh, and I'm still on fast forward. Let me undo that. That will be fine. Okay. 7054. Let's try it there. So it's window key for 1 frame and then whoops. Okay. I'm in recording mode, right? Okay, yeah. Window key for 1 frame. It didn't record it. It's not recording it. Okay. How, I need, in the input editor, I need to figure out how to add a button that doesn't exist already. Hang on. Let me undo, always on top. Options. Disable auto-scrolling, rewind seeks to current frame. Disable fast forward during rewind. Yeah, but how do I add a button? Huh. Okay. The inputs are not going to the game. Okay, in that window they don't go anywhere. In this window they go here. But how do I... I have a problem. All right, let's read through some docs here. All right, let's pull this up. Not that one. Let's pull this up. Emulator, libTAS. Let's go have some reading here. Let's just go to emulator resources and go to libTAS. Any libTAS? There we go, libTAS. And there's official documentation on the official documentation page. Okay. The input editor. Let's go with FAQ. Nothing about the input editor there. Okay. All right. Documentation. Okay. Input editor. Okay. Opens a window showing the inputs of the playing movie. The first column shows the slot of the save state, if there is one at that frame. Yes, we've noticed that. The second column shows the frame number, and each subsequent column indicates the value of each single input present in the movie. For binary inputs, keys, mouse buttons, controller buttons, each cell indicates if that input was pressed at the corresponding frame, and it is possible to toggle that input by left-clicking on it. For analog inputs, mouse coordinates, controller axes, each cell indicates the value of the input at the corresponding frame, and it is possible to modify the value by double-clicking on it. It is not possible to add an input before the current frame, past inputs, which makes sense. Also possible to change the label of an input or add an input column by right-clicking on a column header. Okay. Also, right-clicking on a cell provides several options to the user. When the input editor is open, the save states work a bit differently. When in recording mode, if you load a save state, it will load the entire movie, even past the current frame of this. Okay. So, right-click on the column header. Well, it does nothing. Scroll here. Okay. All right. How am I going to do this? I need mouse input, but I need to not have mouse input. Right? This is a complicated thing. Okay. If you consider flood fill to be a ray tracing algorithm, then yes, I like that perspective. That's a good question. Maybe I can. Let's try this. So I want to go back to the frame that we can load at. So let's go here in F1. This is frame 7000. Now, I'm going to focus this window. Okay, so as soon as I focus the window, you can see down here, this corner, it's showing what my mouse position will be. Oh gosh, okay, I got it. So, now we're going to advance one frame while in this location. Okay, it hasn't registered yet because my mouse has not moved. That's a problem. Okay, let's move it just one. Oh, darn it, I bumped it a lot. This is actually kind of hard to read on the screen too. Okay, not minus. I want positive numbers. Positive thinking. Oh, this is so much harder than it seems. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter, but I really want it just to be one. Why am I such a perfectionist? Why am I a TASer? I guess that's the question. Okay. Oh, it's so sensitive. Nope. Okay. Oh, nope. What? No. Oh my gosh, this is hard. Why am I being so perfectionistic about this? Okay. I should stop. Okay, I got it. Okay. So we've now moved the mouse to 10A, and it still didn't do any. Oh, no, it did. It added a mouse X coordinate, but no Y coordinate because I only moved X. Okay. All right. We're getting somewhere. Now, if I do 1, 1. Okay, so now it added this Y coordinate. Rename, add. Okay, because I had never had any input column whatsoever, I couldn't. Okay. I get it. The reason the UI was unable to show me any of these add input columns. Oh, sweet. Okay, I added E. Okay. I get it. It has nothing to do with the mouse. I simply had never pressed any keys, so I couldn't see these headers. I could only see the frame header, which I couldn't click on. Okay, all right, we got this. I'm going to load. F1. Okay, and it did exactly what it says on the 10, which is nothing. Okay. There is no place that I can click. The UI will not let me click here. Okay, I consider this a feature request for the future, but it's okay. All I have to do is, this is silly, all I have to do is get the mouse on 0, 0, which is so much harder than it seems. -1, minus, okay. All right. Okay, got it. All right, now I'm going to hold E, just E. No, I'm going to hold super, actually, for one frame. Okay, that's all I needed. I just needed a column. Okay, I got my column. Let's add another input column. We're going to make it E. So we now have super L and super E, and I can clear them whenever I like. Okay. Oh! Okay, that was entertaining. At least for me, anyway. Like, I was entertained by myself, mostly. Okay, let's put this one as... stop that. Let's put this as always on top. Stop that. Okay. Now, we've got this window down here focused, even though you can't see it. We're going to advance forward a little bit. Let's do... Oh, I'm in playback mode. Hang on. It's not advancing forward because... Okay. Let me load that state. Let me put it in recording mode. Switch to recording mode. Okay, now, if I frame advance... Okay, good. It doesn't nuke my buttons, which is what I want. Okay. And now, if I press E, nothing happens, even though I'm in recording mode. That's fascinating. But I can go here and click in here. Okay. Let me reread what this says about how this works. Get this back up. Okay. Windows showing the inputs of the playing movie. The first column shows the slot of the save state if there is one at that frame, which we did create one. Second column shows the frame number, and each subsequent column indicates the value of each single input present in the movie. Yep. Binary inputs, keys, mouse buttons, controller buttons. Each cell indicates if that input was pressed at the corresponding frame. It's possible to toggle that input by left-clicking on it, which is fine. Analog inputs, mouse coordinates. Each cell indicates the value, which we are seeing. And it is possible to modify the value by double-clicking on it, which I've done. Not possible to edit an input before the current frame past inputs. It is also possible to change the label of an input, okay, or add an input column by right-clicking on a column header, which I just did. Right-clicking on the cell provides several options. So these are when the input editor is opened, right here. This is the part I wanted to reread. The save states work a bit differently. When in recording mode, if you load a save state, we'll load the entire movie even past the current frame of the save state. Okay. So it doesn't actually change anything about its behavior. What I wanted to know is if how I would go into the future. I bet I would go into the future if I said, okay, this is in the past, this is in the future. Insert number of frames. Let's insert 500. Okay. And now, in the future, I can now specify buttons I want it to press. Okay. All right. We're getting there. I know you guys might be a little bit bored, especially as I've been wandering my way around the user interface trying to figure out what I'm doing. But we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. So let's put this always on top. Let's go back here. We're going to say load the save state, even though it is going to nuke all of those inputs. Now let's say insert 500. Oh, and it also nuked my my button press. Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Oh, that's fine, Balthazar. Yeah, I'm learning with me too, right? This is all about learning, and so much of my history has just been exploring and experimenting and learning things as I go. So thank you so much for sticking with me. I know that this isn't for everybody. I probably lost a lot of viewers. I don't really care. Looks like... Oh, YouTube actually restarted completely. There are still 23 people on YouTube. That's awesome. And over on Twitch, there appear to be 40 of you. Well, thank you so much for hanging around. I do appreciate it. It means a lot. I'm as of right now, I still have not made any income outside of Patreon, YouTube, Twitch. So I am very reliant on that. I hope to, I will be having a paycheck soon for a little bit of side work, kind of, but it's only 40 hours over the course of 3 weeks. So if you know of any security consulting gigs, please let me know, because I'm looking for work. Or more work, as the case may be. Chat's pretty quiet on the YouTube side. When pressing buttons also influences loading times is the last thing that was said on the YouTube side. So, yeah. Okay. All right, let's continue forward. So, HRI, how do you use radio.tas.bot? I would go to radiotasbot.com, and I believe you can create an account. I think you should be able to. If it doesn't work, HRI, please hop on Discord and let Media Magnet know. Hello, MMINC. Glad, or NM Nimic. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. Anyway. Okay, let's get back to life, back to reality. We discovered that we have to get at least one frame in order to be able to have something in the input editor, which is fine. If I had hit, you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit a couple of keys, just one key early on. It doesn't matter what it is. So we're going to stop. We're going to start all the way over from the beginning because I really want this to be a smoother process. Nope, don't save this file this time. dwangoAC is the user. I'm in recording mode. I'm going to pause it on the first frame so I can move it. Our system time is still set at the right place. So we're starting in 2001 at the launch of Windows XP. Yeah, Yoshi Rules is correct. I'm liking this music, by the way. So this will take a minute to relaunch, but it's okay. It's going to be worth it. So all I need to do here is make an input. So let's first of all we're going to make a save state on the very first frame. All right. Now I wouldn't want to load this because it might go real bad. Changing resolutions is not a good idea. But on this very first frame where it can't do any damage, let's make it. It doesn't really matter what it's going to be. I'm just going to make it anything that's positive. Okay. We're going to hold down a few keys that I'm going to need. Just one key, actually. It doesn't particularly matter. Actually, I think I can get it this way. Ooh, I'm liking this music. Yeah, that works. Okay, we're going to go one frame forward. That gave me this column. That's all I needed. Now I can go in, add an input column, which is going to be super. No, that did not do what I wanted. No, that did not do what I wanted. Okay, how about E? Okay. It was being really silly. Okay, how about we do that again? Add an input column. Nope. How am I supposed to do that? Okay, well, we'll get back to that later. I don't really care. Not sure how to handle this. I want to okay, I want to put the super key, the Windows key, in to the input editor. But, okay. Add an input column. D. Rename label? So I doubled it, but let's just do a quick test here. If I hold down D and frame advance, it puts, yeah. Okay, it actually named it double D, but it sent D. Okay, that's not what we want. That's definitely not what we want. Let's clear that input. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Remove input column. Column can't be removed because the input is present in past frames. Okay, that's good to know. Let's go back a frame. How about now we remove it? Okay. All right. Well, this is going to make it a little harder. I can't type it, but that's okay. Super F as a modifier. Let's see. Let me try that. So let's go add an input column. It says press a key. We're going to say Super F. It only pressed F. It didn't press Super. Okay. All right, we're going to make this 0 and 0 and 0. Okay. This is ridiculous, but we're getting it. We're getting it. Yeah, we can add it by hand. Yeah, we can definitely add it by hand. And what I'm going to do is manually create it. Yeah. Roboman, dude, is ACE allowed? That's a really interesting question. Yes, technically. Okay, so in order to get the keys that we need, we're going to have to do just a little bit of funkiness. So I'm going to, we're in playback mode right now. I have to put it in recording mode. Okay, how am I going to do this? Okay, well, it kept it. That's good. All right, well, it's keeping it. So let's go back to here. Now let's put it in recording mode and add... let's add a super. And oh, I can't do this because I'm not in recording. Okay, all right. Well, if I'm in recording, though, I bet it's going to nuke my settings. Switch to recording mode. Okay, now you can see my mouse updates its position. Let's leave it at 0, 0. That'll be kind of tricky to get, but I've gotten it before. It's 4, 3, 2, 1. It's literally 1 pixel on my screen in each direction. 0, 0. Oh, nope. Whoop, 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 whoop. This is so much harder than it seems. Just letting go of the mouse is very hard. Why am I being so specific about this? It doesn't matter. Okay. That's going to be good enough. Okay. So we're going to add in a super. We're going to add in an E just to have it. And I don't think I have any other modifiers. Enter. I need enter. I'm going to do that now as well. Okay. So now that we have those, I'm going to go in. We're going to make... Okay. 0, 0, 0, 0. I have the columns I need. Okay. Now we're going to insert about 7,000 frames. Okay. Okay. Here goes. And yeah, ACE could be very broad here. Very broad indeed. So we have 0 buttons that we've pressed at all. We've not set a single button, but we have everything staged so that when we can press buttons, we can just tap on them and we don't have to worry about anything weird happening. So it took me... I don't use this piano roll input editor method. At least I haven't in the past. I've found that chorded input was better. But this is forcing me to learn a new method of doing tool-assisted speedrun creation. I know that there's been a lot of me fumbling around on stream. It's okay. It just happens that way. Some days it's going to be that way. We're going to get to about 7,000. So we're at 4,800 now, 4,900. We're at 5,000. We're going to get up to frame about 7,000 or so. That happened because the window changed its resolution. You're going to see at the top of the screen, you might be able to just barely see it. The frame rate has slowed down. We're now at a frame rate of 41. That's because it's taking more time to emulate than one's... well, how do I say it? It's harder to emulate right now, and it's just taking more time than real time. Okay. Once we get to 7... I know I'm being such a perfectionist, but this is what tool-assisted speedruns is all about. 69. Okay. I overshot. Uh-oh. Stop. Oh, no. I've got to replay it all the way again. Oh, no. Okay, but it's fast-forwarding because it's advancing to where I clicked. I accidentally went past frame 7,000. What? Nope, 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 nope. We're not doing this. Settings, runtime, prevent writing to disk. Wow. Something went very, very wrong. All right. Okay. That's what happens when you load a state over the top of, yeah, that happens. So the old save state was prior to Windows booting, and the system can get into a real funky state when you do that. So we get to do it all over again. Isn't this fantastic? It's okay. I know I sound like annoyed, but it's fine. So we're going to start paused. We're going to start in recording mode. I know what I'm doing now, and I'm much faster at it. So this won't be so bad. I've made all the big mistakes. Now I just need to make fewer of them. Okay. So we've paused on the first frame. I'm going to grab this window and move it into place. We're on frame 0. Now what I have to do is any mouse position. It doesn't particularly matter, but I'm just going to use single digits here. And I'm in record mode. I'm going to press, let's see, we decided we wanted enter. I definitely want enter. And I want super. Okay, I got that. What? Core dumped? Hey. No. Stop that. That was fascinating. I don't know how I did that. What? All right, it's time for... Okay. Time for a mint. All right, let's try that again. It definitely does not like it when you provide input at that point. So let's wait. Oh, I wanted to. Dang it! I want the input editor to remember that I have a save state even all the way at the very beginning, even though I'm not going to actually use it. Loading it is not a good idea. This is a known issue that we're aware of. So we're going to make a save state here, but we're not going to actually use it. The purpose is to create a situation where there's the ability to go back in time. There's a save state in that slot from a previous game iteration. Do you want to load the associated movie? No, I wanted to save over the top of it. Control-Shift. Okay, there we go. Now I've saved state 1. That's what got us in trouble. No, not exactly. But if the emulator isn't fully keeping up to date with like keeping every single value in memory properly, then things can get funky. And this is all kind of mad science anyway. I mean, this is way, way out there. Okay, so I'm going to free run for a while. Oh, darn it. Oh, man. All right, one more time. Goodness. I didn't unfocus the window before I started running again. I'll get this right eventually. Woo! Okay. Loving the music, by the way. Okay. So let's just deliberately get my mouse somewhere. Doesn't matter where. Save state. Frame advance. That gets my mouse coordinates on there. Now, let's get them off of there. Set them to 0, 0. And let's get enter. And, oh, now I'm in playback mode. Okay. Zero. And let's add enter. So that might be kind of hard. So recording mode. Enter and super. Okay, I actually like this better because the column order is what I would expect. All right, now we're going to unfocus this. Say add, insert, okay, put it in playback mode. Insert 8,000 frames. No, let's do a full 10. I want a lot of frames. All the frames. Okay, we've inserted 10,000 frames and it inserted them as 0, which is what I want. We're going to set these to 0. All right, now we have a clean start. Everything is clean. Super L maps to the left Windows key. So Gamma, sorry, the naming is a little bit weird. Windows, Linux, Mac all have different names. On a Mac, this would be the Command key. On Linux, it's the Super key. On Windows, it's the Windows key. In Emacs, it's the Escape Meta Alt Control Shift key. Okay, so we're not focusing this window. See how it turned white? We're focusing this window. Let's get this right this time. Okay. Focus this window. Frame advance. Okay. Things are better now. We're in playback mode, which is what I want to be in right now. This is good music. Okay, so all of our mouse positions are at 0, 0. When I get to about frame... Well, when I get to the Windows screen, which I'm going to slow down this time. I didn't slow down in time. The system speed being inconsistent can make it tricky. The hyper key is also the Windows key. Except it isn't. Because some really, really old systems use that as a different key. No one can agree. Okay, we're going to start frame advancing in a little bit because I don't want to miss it again. So we're about frame 6,000. I want to see it transition. Okay. Let's do 6,500. So 6,500 or so. 61. And I'm holding the frame advance key so that I can just stop anytime I want to. Hey, S. Shell, thank you so much for that subscription. I really appreciate it. So Balthazar says hyper does not equal super. Balthazar is accurate. Hyper is not technically super. Which makes things so much more confusing. Okay, I'm being really paranoid. I don't want to mess this up again. I want this movie to be something I can save. Okay, 6450. 65, we're still okay. 66. I just blew right past it last time and I was really annoyed. All right, 6669, that's a fun one. Let's just make a save state there in slot 2. So we now have a save in slot 2 that we can go back to if we need to. I'd rather not use this one. My plan is to recreate this one later, but this is a safety. Just in case. The boot behavior being so much different on this date compared to later dates is fascinating. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. Okay, we went all the way to 7057, which was maybe a little farther than I meant to go. But let's give it a shot. So last time we were at 7144 was when we could first press Super L. So it's probably fine. Probably fine. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to create a save state on 3. So save state slot 3 is now at 7057. And on that frame, I'm going to press Super and then Super E. Let's add the E column, which I can now do. E. E, 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 E. Okay. All right. So we're going to add E here and then let go of it. I don't anticipate that this will do anything. We are in playback mode, so it's not going to overwrite this. So now I haven't focused this window yet. Let's go to always on top. Window positioned about right there, right about there. That looks about right. Okay. So I hit the Windows key and nothing happened, right? So if we go back up in our editor, in our view, I tried hitting Super L and Super LE on frame 7057. No dice. And that's okay. So if I double click on this, it'll go back to that point. I'm just going to clear these, and we're going to put them down a bit. So instead of 7057, let's put them at 7100. You can see that we're just entering. It's almost like painting. So I want it to fast forward to this position. So if I click on it, it will do that for me. So now it played it forward to that point. Oh, I want R, not E. Whoops. Ha. Well, that's easy. That's an easy fix. I just go here. It'll play forward to where it presses the Super L. Let me remove this column. Let me add a column. You're right. I need R. And let's add R. Right there. Now, it does mean that I didn't do the right test before, but I don't think that we're going to see any different result. So we're just going to go plowing right on through here. And my assertion is it will probably not be able to launch the run dialog, no matter how long we wait. So it has not launched the run dialog fast enough for my taste, so we're just going to back up. Now, I can do it one of two ways. I can use the load state that's on frame 3, just like, sorry, not frame 3, save state slot 3. Or I can go back up and... Gosh, I keep going right by it. There it is. Sorry, it goes flying by really fast. There was 7100. Here's 7057. We know that it's somewhere after 7100, though. So we stop there. So 7100 was too late or too early. Let's try 7150 as the next option. So let's do 7150 Super L and then Super L and R, and we'll just run forward here and go for it. Let's see what happens. Okay, 7150 worked. Now, if we're bifurcating our area, that means it's between 7150 and 7100. So we're going to go back to 7100 and then move these. Oops. Move these to 7125. Is this playing Christmas music? It's playing Christmas music. Stop that. No Hoppy Frappe. You picked this, HRI? Ah! Should have told me. I should have thought. I should have known. I got trolled so hard. Ah! HRI. Okay. So now we're going to do it at 7125 instead. So we're going to do super here. No, oh, dang it. Scroll down. Super R. Okay, let's see what happens. No dice. Okay. At least not fast enough for my tastes. I don't think, anyway. Yeah, it's not going to open. Okay. So, let's go back up. And we know that it's not 71, or whatever it was. I should have made a save state here. We know it's between 7125 and 7150. So, I'm going to make a save state at this point. So, let's do here. So, we ran back up to that location. I'm going to make a save state in slot 4 here. I know I'm making lots of save states, 1, 2, 3, 4, but this is not a bad thing. We know that input at 7125 will not work, but we know that it will work at 7150. So, what's about halfway between there? I don't know. Let's call it 7137. Maybe it's not perfectly in the middle, but It's easy enough. So 7137. Did it launch run? Yes, it did. Okay, now we can hit the F4 button. Load state. So we loaded save state 4. Now we're searching between 7137 and 7125. Let's pick 7131. That works. Okay. Still worked. Okay. Balthazar, we had tried that before, and it didn't work well. It takes much longer to launch Task Manager. Hey, Vandalite, good to see you. Okay. So it's between 7125 and 7131. Let's bifurcate again. Let's call it 7128, roughly. Maybe not exact, but it's close enough. No launchy. Alrighty then. Okay, we're getting somewhere. See, this is fun. Tasking can be fun. You can make tool-assisted speedruns yourself. Let's try 7130. Launched. Okay. So 7130 is our current winner. 7131, maybe? Let's find out. Oh, did I go the wrong way? I went the wrong way, didn't I? No, wait. Okay, no, that launched. 71. Okay. let me think about this for a second. Okay, 7131 launched. 7130 launched. Okay, I went the wrong way. Hi, I love dyslexia. Okay, let's do that again. 7129. Woohoo! Nothing like people who are paying attention. Hey, C-Coder. Okay, 7129 launched. What did I do wrong here? Did I already do this? I think I already did 7028. I think 7129 is our winner. Yep, 7129 is our winner. Okay. Alrighty then. So we now have the fastest to launch to get to this point. Now the question is, at what point in this cycle can we start typing typing the keys we need? That I don't know. We need several keys, so let's add them right now. I was going to make this a little longer. We need to type winmine, so we need to add an input column of W. Let me just launch back to here really quick. Okay, W. We need add an input column for I. Add one in. M. We already have I, and we have N. We need E. These are not in any order that makes sense, but that's okay. We already have return, so we've got everything we need. Yeah, I'm using the Windows key plus the R key to open the run command. And Dwandelier counted out correctly. It saved a full 15 frames over the original attempt, which is not nothing. That's not nothing. That's actually significant. So, we're going to try some kind of cursed stuff later. Like really cursed stuff. But not right now. Later on, I'm going to be editing the file manually. Maybe not on this stream. Probably a future stream. But yes, because I have to run I twice. Yeah, because I have a couple of them that I have to run more than once. Yes. So right now, though, we only care about when we can type the letter W. So let's try typing the letter W somewhere around 7141 just to see what happens. And that was obviously too soon. So let's back up and try it at, I don't know, let's try 7155. Still too early. Okay. You can see when I'm clicking here, it's loading the save state and then playing back down the movie file to where I was at. Let's try 7160. Still too soon. I'm being way too optimistic. Let's give it a bigger gap. Let's try 71. What did we have last time? Well, maybe 7175? 70. Oh, W. So 7174. That should work, right? Okay, 7174 worked. Now let's move it to 7171. That worked. Okay. Now let's move it up to 7169. Okay. Way back when was 7230s, huh? It does seem like it was way back when, doesn't it? 7170. Not 7170. Okay. Let's move back a little bit more. So 7171 appears to be the first frame we can type a W. All right. To make it easier for myself, we're going to go to here. We're going to create a new save state. We're going to make it F5. You broke a simulcast? How'd you do that, Nick? It seems to still be playing. Yeah, if you only do the one frame with super and R, it doesn't work. And that is a very strange behavior. I had to type super and then do super plus R in the next frame. Very, very strange that it works that way. Okay, so we have to press and release, W-I-N-M. Then we have to I-N-E and return. This should work. Let's see what we get. I don't know what's going to happen. Windows cannot find winmine. Okay. I think we saw this last time. Okay, there's WMNI. All right. How about this? Mine. Winmine? Winmine? I have no control over this. Can I do this? Will this work? No, not Super L. I want this. Mine! Okay, it launched so quickly that it never even launched the window. That's fascinating. Let's frame advance just to make sure I'm not going crazy. So at this frame, we should see the command R prompt, but we're pressing all these keys. Then we press IN and then E and then hit return. So fast that it never actually draws that window. Could I make a shortcut without duplicate letters? I could, but then it wouldn't be launching from a stock image. Now, I should be honest, we're not actually launching from a stock image anyway. You can see that we've already installed Flash and some other stuff. Okay. With that, with no mouse movements whatsoever, 7250, we start seeing the border. 7251, 7252 is our first window where something happens. So we now have some things to test. We now have some stuff to test. 7252, we can now say that we want value. Now, Dwandalier, do you remember? Well, I'm sorry, 7252 is the frame that we're going to be pressing in. But it loaded the window on 7151. So let's manually type that in. 38. What was the value again, Dwandalier? I'll have to go way back up in chat to find it. We recorded like an hour ago. We recorded 3798. 3798. Oh, but I don't have the click. Ah, okay. Yes, Vandalite, we are aware of that behavior. So I'm gonna have to satisfy myself with this for now because I didn't record. Oh, it put it back as 0, 0 though. Okay. Well, all right, that's fine. Okay, that's okay. It didn't move it. All right, here's what I need to do. I'm going back to that point, to 7252. Now I have to put it in record mode and get it in 3798, which I probably should have done earlier, but that's okay. We only care about it being... well, we only care about it until it loads, because we know that after Minesweeper reaches this screen, nothing changes. The level will always be the same. So, in fact, I'm going to just prove that out real quick. Okay, now we're getting a square pattern like that. Okay, so I now know that I need to click like right about here. Let's also see what happens if we click here. There is, in fact, a mine right there. Okay, all right. Interesting, interesting. Let's back up. Back up to here. Back up to here. See, where was it? There was winmine, and then 7252. Okay. But now I have my mouse button, which is what I want. I'm going to make a save state as 6. So we save state 6. This is the first time that I can start clicking on things. The first click is always safe. However, it can't move the mouse or move the mine because it already exists. So now we're going to say in playback mode that we wanted 37 and 98, and we want it to be a mouse click. You know what? 37, 98. We're going to take that, copy it. Just a few frames. I don't really care for it to be forever, but let's get a good several frames in there so that it doesn't accidentally change the mouse position. Okay, let's see what happens. So we're here at this. Let's frame advance. No clicking happened. But the bar didn't even load until here. So let's go back and try that again. So we're going to go back to 6, save state 6. And I'm going to click the mouse button for 4 frames instead of just 1. Okay. This didn't do what I expected. That I don't know, Mixapic. Okay. This is interesting. It's not doing what I expected. It's, okay. This must be how Windows is recording the position of the mouse. So, what seems to be happening here is I've specified a specific X and Y coordinate, but it's treating it like a mouse movement, not like a touchpad or a pen. Boy, it would be much nicer if it did treat it as a pen. I don't know if did Windows XP Service Pack 3 have support for a pen if we wanted it? I might need to go back and talk to those folks. XP Tablet Edition only. Yeah, Superman, we're trying to mess around with it, but we're seeing some strange stuff, but that's okay. So here's the tricky bit. Yeah, Heavy Poda, thank you so much for stopping by. I'm glad you were here. Our mouse position is starting as 0, 0, which means that as far as it's concerned, our mouse is all the way up here. So let's go back to here. We're going to put it back in recording mode and kind of blow away a little bit of what we've done, and that's all right. We're going to start the mouse. Now you can see that it's responding to mouse positions. What we wanted to do was get this board to load before we clicked on it. So we're going to start this mouse over here at 2757 roughly. I'm going to frame advance once there. Now a little bit farther at 83. It didn't do anything until I clicked. It did not do a single thing until I clicked. Okay. All right, now I know. So let's add a mouse button click at 0, 0. And then move it to, what was it, 3798? One frame later. And leave it at 3798 for a bit. Put it in playback mode because I don't want it to nuke that. Okay. Okay, it moved it, but it moved it in some relative way. It says it's at 37, but it doesn't make any sense. So, does Minesweeper have keyboard support? Can someone tell me what the keys might be? Like what would I hit if I wanted to do this with keyboard? What would I hit? We are working with winmine. Okay, let's go back and load 6. Arrow keys to select a square. Okay, well, let's try it without mouse support then. So we're going to go into recording mode. Yeah, Rob the Mad, I wasn't expecting that. That's kind of unexpected. Okay, so let's just free run for a little bit. So, oops. We're going to uncheck that. Okay. So we're now free running, and we have no mouse input whatsoever. I'm pressing the arrow keys, and nothing is happening. Let's... Whoa, what happened? State 1 loaded. How did I do that? I don't want that to happen. Let's go back to state 6. This could be bad, though. The movie is okay. We're all right. We're not losing that progress. So don't worry about that. All right, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm just gonna have to rerun it. That's okay. I didn't lose anything. So this time I'm going to stop and save the movie. Yes, save it. So we have something that we can work with. We're gonna put it in playback mode. Yeah, fast forward's fine. I will pause it on the first frame to reposition it, though. Okay. All right. So we're in playback mode. And let's just unpause and let that fast forward through here. Voice commands with Windows with titles 1 through 9 getting smaller, huh? So we're currently in playback mode. I'm not too worried about where my mouse is right now, so it won't really matter. I can click on this and it doesn't do anything. So we're playing back the TAS we had. We did 36 re-records, by the way. But tab did not do what I expected. Okay, so I'm now back more or less at the right place. We want to make a save state around, I don't know. What did we agree on? 71. 7205. I'm just making sure I don't overshoot. The big question, though, is are we going to get consistent results? 7249, 71, 7250, 7251, 7252. Okay, we are seeing consistent results. Okay, I've saved it in state 7. Okay, so I will try not to screw up this time. So tab didn't do what I expected. Tab is toggling fast forward. Okay, so let's make sure that we configure mapping and have fast forward no longer be tab. Oops. How about I just make fast forward control left bracket? Sure. That works. All right. Okay, now I can pass fast forward. I won't be fast forwarding. It was not doing what I expected. Okay, a couple of quick sanity checks. So we're going to free run a little bit. Load the save state. Make sure it's doing what it's supposed to. It is good. All right, let's free run for a bit and see if we can figure out how to play Minesweeper with just button press. So no mouse. Arrow keys. You can see the. Oh, I'm in playback mode. Hang on. F7. Okay, I've loaded that state. Let's put it in record mode, and then try that again. Okay, so now arrow keys are adding on. Oh, it did some mouse coordinates. I must have bumped the mouse. Okay, F7. Okay. So now I've embiggened this area so that it won't shrink on me. Let's do this again. So we're just free running. Arrow keys aren't doing anything. Why not? Oh, because I didn't focus. Ah, right. That problem. I do have to focus up here. F7. One more time. Yeah, the moment I focus the window, it starts seeing the mouse buttons. So you can see I'm up, down, left, right. It's not doing anything. Let's hit tab. Space, tab, arrow buttons, enter. Nothing. Okay, let's try clicking into it. Nothing. WinMine does not have any 508 compliance whatsoever. I mean, sure, it has Alt-Tab, but it's not going to help me any. Well, I mean, we're already on it. There's nothing to Alt-Tab 2. Let me start my computer. That gives us something to Alt-Tab 2. But it won't help. So we've Alt-Tab to Minesweeper. The arrow keys do nothing. None of my buttons work. Keyboard support added in Vista. Rob the Mad confirms. Yep, added to later versions. So we must use mouse. That's okay. And we specifically need to use the Windows XP launch version for a variety of reasons. The whole point is that there's a decomp for it. F1, okay. Oh, what does Shift do, Yoshi Rules? Oh, and it also listens to XYZZY, but that's different. Okay, gonna load F7. All right, I'm probably gonna wrap up here not too long. Shift is for flags. Okay, so it's the equivalent of right-click then? For those that had one-button mice. Okay. All right, so let me think about how I want to do this. We're finding that the mouse coordinates don't behave the way we thought. I wonder if mouse relative mode maybe is what we want. Let's try that. So we have a save state on frame 7252. Let's try saying 3798. I believe that's what it was. I think. And we need to get the mouse to that location first. Oh, we're in record mode. Hang on. Okay, we're now out of record mode. Playback mode. Okay. 37. 98. And now we've turned on relative mode. Okay, it moved it in some weird place. Yeah, maybe it would be. Let's see. Let's try negative 100, negative 100. And see what happens. Now I can copy it. Oops. Which I should have done in the first place. Okay, let's copy that. Copy this here. Okay. All right, let's go here and advance and see what our mouse does. Nope, it went someplace really weird. Okay, Oh, no, not org mode. That's kind of funny. It went down and right. Okay. So how about if we make that 100, 100? Just across the board. And I'm going to copy these to make it faster. Hey, 100. There we go. Okay. I don't really care about it clicking or not. I just wanted to move it. So we started at 0, 0, theoretically. But the mouse is the pointer is right here. So we might have to do something else. Let's just experiment a bit. It moved it not at all. It never moved it once. So here's my postulation. Until I click the mouse, it's not going to do anything. Wait, where did I go? 72. E-Gamma, what are you playing? That Minesweeper looks very different. Okay, let's go here. So we've loaded that state. I think we need to do 0, 0, click, 0, 0, then move, and let's see if that does it. Okay. Okay. It jumped forward. All right. Now, how about negative 100? Negative 100. Didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Let's go back up here. This is behaving very weirdly, and I'm not sure what to make of it. Can I select a series of frames, say all of these, and paste? I can. Okay, that makes my life so much easier. Here I've been doing it the hard way the whole time. Experimenting. It's great. You should do it. Okay, let's see what happens now. Okay. All right, that more or less did what I thought it would do. It moved down and okay. But you must click. Okay. Now this is starting to get kind of interesting. This tells me that we need to go way back, all the way. This might be bad because I don't know if I have a save state here. Oops, not that far back. I want to go back to, here's when we typed win. This might go really bad because it's going to have to reload the whole movie, and I don't know exactly what's going to happen. But we kind of want to go all the way back here and add a mouse input. So, all right, let's just see what happens. I think it's going to go real bad, but we know that we can get the super key to load here. So a few frames ahead of it, let's just put a click, just a single mouse click at 7120. So it'll have to rewind all the way to the beginning, is my best guess. In fact, it hasn't done anything. So I told it to do it at 7121, and it's ignoring me. Okay, because it's in the past prior to when it had its first save state, it cannot do anything. Alrighty. So here's our next option. We have to stop it. We already know that our first frame is 75 to 52. So I'm going to stop it. It wasn't running when I did that, was it? 72:52. All right. Hello? Let's just kill it. Okay, don't necessarily know if I want to make any saves, but that's okay. This will be all right. So, we're going to pause. So I can move the window. Dwandelier, I think you're probably about right, around -300 and -120. But what I need to do... Oh, what? It did that from... I don't know why it did that. That was kind of a weird... It's almost like it remembered the clicks from the previous run. Okay. So... There's where we did that experiment. We're going to ignore that. Go back up. Way up. That was way later. Okay. So, 75, 74, 73, 72. That's where we're doing those experiments. Now, before we launch anything, we know that this is the first place where we can hit this menu. But we can press a mouse button way earlier than that. So let's press it on 7100. We're just going to press... we're going to press it for 4 frames and then let go. From 7100 to 7103. So I'm going to tell it to move forward in time until here. All the way until right before that. So this will have to go through the whole process of playing back the TAS, and that's okay. So Vandalite, you are right. With the relative movement changed, it is now jumping to absolute coordinates, which is good. It makes it act like a pen, which is kind of what I wanted. So we're still in playback mode. This is fine. I can click on this without damage. We are still fast forwarding, and we will play forward until about 70:99. I believe that's where I clicked. Should be, anyway. Okay. I'm okay having a few fewer rows to be able to always see that. All right. Now, we are at the desktop. Yeah, it's still loading this at the bottom, but it will recognize a mouse click, just a single left mouse click, which should initialize the mouse pointer. So from here, if I make a save state, let's make it an 8, just because I'm paranoid. So we've made a state in 8 at 7099. Now, with any luck, when I go forward, it should still launch the game and everything should be normal. You can see it moving forward just like it did before. We should have, everything else should be the same. Yeah, okay, it did. All right. So let's go back to 7251. So it's going to replay from where it left off, which is fine. Like this song. I'm very much feeling the scheming. Okay. So the first frame that we will see this on, let me make this 9. There's 9, okay. The first frame we will see this window fully appear is 7252. That is good because it means that the click we made did not in any way, shape, or form affect the frame that Minesweeper loaded. So let's go back a frame. Let's try 37. No, try negative 320 roughly, maybe 300. And negative 120 just as a guess. And we're gonna wait to click on that. I'm just going to clear that for the moment. Let's copy this in a few times. Let's grab a bunch of frames and paste that in. So, I mean a bunch of frames. I'm going overboard. Okay, now let's see what happens when I frame advance. Hey, alrighty. Hey, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. This is a really strange way of doing it, but we're getting very exact, very precise results. So we're going to go back up, go to negative. Okay, we need to move a little bit farther over in the X. Let's see. Well, actually, let's do negative 289. Oh, it moved it again. Hang on. I forgot I didn't copy it. Well, let's just clear all these out and see what happens. Well, if I set no... Okay, I can't do that. I have to actually copy these, unfortunately. It's not too hard to do it, but I just got to remember to do it. There we go. Okay. Let's see where we end up. Did I mess up? I messed up. I messed up. Let's try that again. Copy. Select all these. Paste. There we go. 289. That's better. I don't know how I could make so many more mistakes, but, you know, I'm sure there's ways. Okay, that moved. All right, I need to do much bigger jump. Let's do a jump of 30, maybe? Vandalite, there is no reason except that when we started moving it, it affected when Minesweeper showed up. So let's try it. Let's get a little saucy. First, I need to find the right position, and then I promise I will test it before I end the stream. So Vandalite, I will be pressing left click on the very upper left click, upper left mine, because I suspect that'll be our anchor point for everything else that comes after it. So let's do negative x-axis. X is going to be left horizontal. X is horizontal, right? I hope so. We need to go probably another 30 or so. So how about 350? I don't know. 50 pixels is probably too many. 345? Let's try that. And we also know that, let's see, Control C, select a bunch of frames, Control V. It's got to be a better way to do this. It didn't seem to move very much. All right, what did I do wrong? Let's try 115. Oops. I somehow went all the way to the front of the... I hit something weird. Okay. Negative 115. So negative 345 isn't getting what I wanted. Let's negative 350? Oops. No. Let's just wrap around the whole screen. 350. Okay. Control C. Control V. All right. So we're now at negative 3. Let's load the save state. Let's advance forward. It's not moving it as much as I think it ought to. I'm beginning to wonder. Here. I'm beginning to wonder if there's a maximum amount it can move in a single frame. Let's graduate it up. So instead of negative 315 and 350 and negative 115 all at once, let's graduate it up. You're going from 0, 0. Let's go negative 100. Negative 100. And sure, negative, I don't know, 40. Then negative 200, negative 80, negative 380, or I'm sorry, negative 280, negative 100, negative 320, and yeah, let's just leave it like that and leave 350. Okay, let's try that. So load that. Yeah, okay. I have definitely verified for certain that I do not have mouse acceleration enabled, or as they called it, increased mouse pointer precision. Dang, it's almost 9 o'clock at night. I should wrap up. Okay. I would really like to find the way to get this position. So, it looks like there's a speed limiter on the pointer, and we're kind of overshooting a little bit. So instead of 350, let's do it as let's leave it at 320. And okay, sure. How about let's advance a few frames and see where we end up. Okay, so 350 is obviously too far. But if we go back to 320, here, negative. Let's do that a couple of times. Control C. Just enough for it to settle. Okay, I think I got them all. Okay, just enough for it to... Oh! Okay, well, we core dumped. Guys, I wish I could stay longer, but I've been putting my kids off for an hour. So it is time to shuffle off to something else. I need to go pay attention to my family. Having said that, I'm going to resume this tomorrow around 1-ish. Let's see who we can raid. Following. Let's see. Who is open on the Twitch side? No, not that. The heck was that suggesting? That was something silly. Oh, hey, Jakku's streaming. There's Cliffy, Mexican Runner, but I'll probably do Jakku because Jakku is amazing people. Tell him I have to run, but please tell Jakku what we were doing in hilarious detail. He'd be like, "What the heck?" And tell him that mouse pointer movement in Windows XP slows it down from booting. Take care, guys. I will see you guys later. See you tomorrow.